mode. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable delegates and guests. Welcome to the simulation of the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council by International Relations Department of Budi Luhur University. I am Emilia Ferman, and I will be your master of ceremony for today. We have here with us the representative of our honorable guest, His Excellency Ambassador Foster Gultam, who is also the lecturer of diplomacy course, His Diplomacy Ambassador Sunten Z. Manurung. Good morning, sir. Our Social and Political Science Faculty Dean, Mr. Valesa Mundabari, PhD. Our Head of International Relations Study Program, Ms. Anggun Puspitasari, MSc. We invite you to the stage, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vinewita Waru, President of Economic and Social Council 2023 from Bulgaria, Ms. Lazara Nabila. Vice President from Thailand, Ms. Marvelin Octavia. Vice President from Bolivia, Ms. Vini Nazo Octariana. Vice President from Botswana, Ms. Daivina Salsabila. And Vice President from Finland, Ms. Safa Triana. It is an honor for us to have all of you here today. This year, the International Relations Student of Budi Luhur University proudly present a simulation of the ECOSOC conference with building back better from the coronavirus disease COVID-19 while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development as its main theme. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia, followed by Budi Luhur Mars.
Budi luhur, budi luhur, manusia Indonesia. Derap semangat kami yang suci, derap semangat berbakti padamu bangsa dan ibu pertiwi Indonesiaku. Membangun manusia seutuhnya, manusia ulama, manusia cerdas dan berbudi luhur, citra insan Pancasila. Budi luhur, mutiara bangsaku. Budi luhur, manusia Indonesia.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Excellency Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Fine Witawaru, Honorable Vice President, distinguished delegates of member of Economic and Social Council, an international organization. First, I would like to deliver my gratitude to Ms. Fine Witawaru for inviting Bulgaria to participate in this Economic and Social Council meeting. It is an honor for me, my country, to serve as the President of the Economic and Social Council. And I would like to thank all members of the Council for reposing their confidence in me. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I warmly welcome you all today to this meeting to discuss the issue of recovering from the pandemic COVID-19, with the main topic, building back better from the coronavirus disease while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I hope that today we can express our concern, share our ideas, and convey the best solution for the topic that we will discuss. Ladies and gentlemen, the agenda of today's meeting has been developed. In that case, if there's any delegation that have any objections, comments, or revision that you want to present, you may now raise your placard. Seeing that there's no delegation that wants to comment on these agenda items, with that, I shall open Economic and Social Council High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development. Now, we welcome you to the stage. Kaprodi of International Relations, Mr. Valesa, to the stage to present your speech.
All right, everyone, good morning. So I'm seeing happy faces, yeah, today, but a little bit nervous actually. I want to make the situation a little bit more, comfortable for you guys. Good morning and salam budi luhur. How are you today? How are you today? I'm hearing nervous sounds. Am I correct? All right. All right. This morning, I'd like to thank the opportunity given to me by His Excellency, Mr. Ambassador Foster, to give an opening remark for this very fantastic simulations of the high-level political forum with the model of ECOSOC. I really appreciate Mr. Ambassador for arranging these very beneficial simulations that I believe will be very beneficial to improve your knowledge and also your English skills as well as your negotiating skills, yeah, and your confidence as well, yeah. And Honorable Miss Head of Study Program, Bu Anggun, Honorable Head of Laboratory, Miss Tulus, and well, I'd like to ask you one by one in order to just to make the situations cooler. Would you agree? What is your name? Cynthia. Which country are you representing? All right. What position paper that you have? What kind of topic that you are trying to raise in this simulation? I mean, just the topic. What kind of topic that you're raising?
Saya ingin menjelaskan kebijakan kemiskinan yang terjadi di negara saya pada pasca pandemi COVID-19.
But the poverty after poverty in post-COVID-19 pandemic. Why don't you give applause to the representative of the Kingdom of Denmark? All right. As the Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences at Universitas Budi Luhur, I'm really happy to be able to see all of you here within the course of diplomacy that is taught by His Excellency Mr. Ambassador Foster. And you have to be very blessed because Mr. Ambassador Foster would like to give you to initiate arranging these simulations. Yeah, I believe that the objectives of learning diplomacy is not only learning theoretical perspective. Yeah, if you only attending Mr. Ambassador Foster course with studying theoretical perspective only, will that be boring? What do you think? Yeah, that will be fully boring for you. Would you agree with me or not? Yeah, and this is a breakthrough. I believe that this is a breakthrough initiated by Mr. Ambassador Foster for you in the end of your course. Yeah, after you learn many theoretical perspectives, many theories, experiences that have been gained by Ambassador Foster throughout his diplomatic career as a senior diplomat, yeah? And this is a good opportunity for you to practice what you have learned in his course, in Mr. Ambassador Foster course, yeah? So I think this is a good opportunity, yeah, Bu Anggun, yeah? Not only the simulations will be done in the course of practice of diplomacy, but also in the course of diplomacy itself, yeah? All right, guys, I used to be a political advisor at the Interparliamentary Cooperation, Committee for Interparliamentary Cooperations at the Indonesian House of Representatives around 10 years ago, yeah? What I was doing was that also making position papers like what you're doing now, yeah? At the times, I was a diplomat, but on the part of parliamentary diplomacy, yeah? You know, the jobs are really exciting, yeah? I believe that you are also making positions papers at the moment in order to represent what kinds of Indonesian government interests that you have to support, yeah? I know that all of you are now preparing topics, yeah? What kinds of Indonesian government positions that you have to support, that you have to pick up in order to address some diplomatic issues, foreign relations issues, and so on, yeah? Okay, so I believe I would like to congratulate all of you students today for the hard work that you have done, yeah? For the, time that you have already spent for drafting your papers. I'm sure that many of you must have not had enough sleep tonight. Is that correct? Yeah, I know. So, did you have enough sleep tonight? You're lying. Okay, guys. Once again, thank you very much. I'm sure that students of international relations of Budi Luhur University or Universitas Budi Luhur all of you are confident, all of you are smart students, yeah? Don't feel embarrassed when you have something to comment, when you have something that you think that you need to raise your comments, your perspective. Be confident. I believe that all of you, students of IR department at Universitas Budi Luhur, are confident students and smart students. Give applause to all of us. Yeah? Okay, guys, trust me, by participating in these simulations, I believe that you will improve significantly the ways you are expressing your IDs, your commands in English, yeah? Also, you will improve your writing skills as well. There are many benefits that actually you can gain, yeah, out of these simulations. You will also improve your level of confidence, yeah? So, once again, I would like to congratulate all of you for participating in these simulations. I wish you a successful simulation. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and salam Budi Luhur.
Thank you so much, Faculty Dean of Social and Political Council, Mr. Fahlesan, for your incredible enlightenment and advice for us. Honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on today's agenda, I will be conducting the meeting. Before we start to our first agenda, presentation by Secretary General, I would like to inform you that I will be conducting the meeting until country presentation by delegates of Botswana. Then Vice President Thailand, Ms. Marvelin, will continue conducting the meeting until country presentation by delegation of Djibouti. After that, Vice President Bolivia, Ms. Fini Nashwa, will conduct the meeting until country presentation by delegations of Italy. Then will be continued by Vice President Botswana, Ms. Daifina, who will continue conducting the meeting until country presentation by delegations of the United States of America. Delegations of Oman. Next, Vice President Finland, Ms. Safa Triana, will continue conducting the meeting until country presentation by delegations of United States of America. And after that, I will take over and conduct the meeting until the rest of the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, at 12 o'clock, the meeting will be adjourned because it is time for lunch break. Later on, at 1 o'clock, the meeting will be back on session until it is closed. Honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in addressing the 2030's Agenda on Sustainable Development, I will now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Fine Witawaruwu.
Good morning, delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Our world is in deep trouble, and so too are the Sustainable Development Goals. Time is running out, but there is still hope, because we know what we need to do. And the senseless, disastrous wars until now, unless a renewable energy revolution until now, invest in people and build a new social contract until now, and deliver a new global deal to rebalance to power and financial resources and enable all developing countries to invest in the SDGs. Let's come together, starting today, with ambition, resolve, and solidarity to rescue the SDGs before it is too late. Excellencies, we meet at a time of great uncertainty. The world faces cascading crises that are causing profound suffering today and carry the seeds of dangerous inequality, instability, and climate change tomorrow. The ripple effects of Russia's invasion of Ukraine have hit amid a fragile and uneven recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic,
while the climate emergency is gathering pace. Some countries are investing in recovery through a transition to renewable energy and sustainable development. But that are unable to do so because of deep-rooted structural challenges in inequalities at global and national levels. Some 94 countries, home to 1.6 billion people, face a perfect storm, dramatic increases in the price of food and energy, and a lack of access to finance. And so there is a real risk of multiple famines this year. Next year could be even worse if fertilizer shortages affect the harvest of staple crops, including rice. The United Nations Global Crisis Response Group on Food, Energy and Finance has warned of the impacts of the current cost of living crisis and the future risks for next year. 60% of workers today have lower real incomes than before the pandemic. Developing countries are missing $1.2 trillion per year just to fill the social protection gap. And 60% of developing economies currently in or at high risk of debt distresses. Meanwhile, the number of people forced from their homes has risen to 100 million, the highest number since the creation of the United Nations. The planet's largest ecosystem, oceans and forests, are in danger. Biodiversity is declining at unprecedented rates. Discrimination against women and girls continues in all sectors and all societies, while gender-based violence is at emergency levels. Attacks on women's reproductive rights are reverberating around the world. Implementing the Sustainable Development Goals will require $4.3 trillion per year, more money than ever before, because the international community is simply not keeping pace with the commitments it made. Excellencies, in the face of this cascading crisis, we are far from powerless. There is much we can do and many concrete steps we can take to turn things around. I see 4 areas for immediate action. First, recovery from the pandemic in every country. We must ensure equitable global access to COVID-19 vaccines, therapies, and tests. And now, it is very important to have a serious effort to increase the number of countries that can produce vaccines, diagnostics, and other else technologies thinking about the future. Government must work together with the pharmaceutical industry and other stakeholders to share license and to provide technical and financial support to allow many other countries to produce vaccines and other medical important products. Then, we must redouble our efforts to make sure future outbreaks of disease are better managed by strengthening health systems and ensuring universal health coverage. Second, we need to tackle the food, energy, and finance crisis. Ukraine's food production and the food and fertilizer produced by Russia must be brought back to the world markets despite the war. We have been working hard on a plan to allow for the safe and secure exports of Ukrainian-produced foods through the Black Sea and Russian foods and fertilizer to global markets. I thank the governments involved for your continued cooperation. But there can be no solution to today's crisis without a solution to the crisis of economic inequality in the developing world. We need to make resources and fiscal space available to countries and communities, including middle-income countries that have an ever more limited financial toolbox than 3 years ago. This requires global financial institutions to use all the of their disposal with flexibility and understanding. Among other measures, they must consider raising access limits, rechanneling all unused special drawing rights to countries in need, and reviving the debt service suspension initiative to provide immediate support to those in debt distress. We should not forget that the majority of poor people do not live in the poorest countries. They live in the middle-income countries. If they don't receive the support they need, the development prospect of heavily indebted middle-income countries will be seriously compromised. Looking ahead, we need a new global deal so that developing countries have a fair shot of building their own futures. My report on our common agenda calls for concerted efforts to rebalance power and resources through an operational debt relief and restructuring framework, lower borrowing costs for developing countries, and investment in long-term resilience over short-term profit. The global financial system is failing the developing world. Although, since it was not designed to protect developing countries, perhaps it is more accurate to say the system is working as intended. So we need reform. We need a system that works for the vulnerable, not just the powerful. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Third, we need to invest in people. The pandemic has shown the devastating impacts of inequality within the and between countries. Time and again, it is the most vulnerable and marginalized who suffer most when crises hit. It is time to prioritize investment in people, to build a new social contract based on universal social protection, and to overhaul social support system established in the aftermath of the Second World War. Education is one critical example. Any hope of solving the world's challenges starts with education. But education today is wrecked by a crisis of equity, equality, and relevance. The Transforming Education Summit that I will convene in September is a platform for world leaders to recommit to education as a global public good, to chart a new vision for education system fit for the future, and to mobilize support in order to move from vision to reality, especially in developing countries. The Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection for Just Transition offers another critical entry point. I urge all countries to make full use of this tool to reskill and retool their workforces for the economies of the future, powered by renewable energy and based on digital connectivity. Excellencies, fourth, we cannot delay ambitious climate action. The battle to keep the 1.5-degree goal alive will be won or lost this decade. While achieving this goal requires a reduction in global emission of 45% below 2010 levels by 2030. Current pledges will result in a 14% increase in emissions by that date. This is collective society. We must change course. Ending the global addiction to fossil fuels through renewable energy revolution is priority number one. I have been asking for no new coal plants and no more subsidies to fossil fuels because funding fossil fuels is delusional and funding renewable energy is rational. Developed countries must make good on their $100 billion climate finance commitment to developing countries starting this year. Developing economies must have access to resources and technology they need. Half of all climate finance should go to adaptation. Everyone in climate-related high-risk areas should be covered by yearly warning systems within the next 5 years. And we need to review access and eligibility frameworks for concessional finance so that developing countries, including middle-income countries, can get the finance they need when they need it. The World Bank and the other international financial institutions must provide much more concessional funding, especially in relation to climate adaptation. Excellencies, the high-level political forum is the place where the world comes together around solutions for sustainable development, for rebuilding differently and better, for achieving the SDGs. We have the knowledge, the science and technology, and the financial resources to reverse the trajectories that have led us off course. We have inspiring examples of transformative change. In just over 1 year's time, we will meet here for the 2023 SDGs Summit, marking the halfway point between the adoption of the 2030 Agenda and its target date. Let's do everything in our power to change course and build solid progress by then. I wish you a successful meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General, for your incredible and enlightening speech. And thank you for reminding us that in order to achieve the 2030s Agenda on Sustainable Development Goals, that we, as the world, needs to come together. Honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next agenda, country presentation. Each country will be given 3 minutes to deliver their statement. Countries that will deliver their statement will be called in alphabetical orders. To delegates, please remember that during your speech there will be 3 bells that will ring. The first ring is reminders that you have 1 minute left to present your country statement. The second ring is a reminder that you have 3 seconds left to deliver your country statement. And the third ring, your time is up to deliver your country statement. So without further ado, first speaker on my list is Afghanistan, Her Excellency, Ms. Fauzia. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations Ms. Finetawaru, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an honor to attend the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council, or ECOSOC 2022 today. It is also an honor to meet various guests of honor from various countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to give an overview of what happened in Afghanistan due to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. In light of current circumstances, food insecurity coupled with political instability and the third wave of the COVID-19 have made it extremely hard for people to access daily provisions. Hence, people are left to navigate the COVID-19 pandemic with economic recession and poverty as the backdrop of the other health crisis. The combined effects of years of conflict, the effects of drought due to the climate change, and the COVID-19 pandemic have exacerbated food insecurity. In addition to food shortages, Afghanistan is currently experiencing a severe drought causing unstable yields. Ladies and gentlemen, however, the government is also trying to deal with economic problems The government collected the revenue raising $840 million between December 2021 and June 2022. Most of that revenue, 56%, came from excise collection as well as exports of coal and fruit to Pakistan. Also, I would like to say thanks to the United Nations because to help Afghanistan, the UN Development Program, our UNDP has announced the launch of a People's Economy Fund to provide desperately needed access to cash. The fund will tap into the nation's frozen since August 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, not only facing economic problems, Afghanistan also has several governmental problems that must be fixed immediately. Another serious problem is related to rights in society, especially for women and human rights. There are prohibitions and restrictions on women not to pursue higher education. We hope to get encouragement for equal distributions of rights in society and encourage women's emancipation so that women's human rights are created in various aspects of social life in Afghanistan. Shukran ala ihtimamikum.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Ms. Fauzia, for your incredible statement. Next speaker on our list, His Excellency, Mr. Dinka Rifki. Oh, sorry, pardon me. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina, Her Excellency, Ms. Annabel Arcetia.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Tawarubu, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, Distinguished Delegate of ECOSOC member country and international organization. Ladies and gentlemen, Argentina economic system is free market competition economy and is accompanied by current management political domestic economy protection and state budget governance. Argentina also focused on the agricultural livestock sector to support the country income. Their 2 years have been a difficult one. Argentina, the unstable global economy has had an impact on Argentina national economy. Concerning Argentina priority is improve economic political so that the economic crisis does not impact civil. Argentina access money, development, and economic movement continue to move forward so that poverty in Argentina then can reduce. Argentina is a resource-rich country. Fertile source and abundant natural wealth are beneficial potential for Argentina. Agricultural products such as with tobacco, lemon, and wine, as well as natural resource products such as iron, manganese, and copper make up Argentina's main income. Therefore, Argentina economic policy set to maximize the excess of resource to provide economic stability that incurred in a crisis. Several ways were carried out by Argentina government to overcome the crisis. Argentina also imposed tax cuts for income work. Through the G20 event in Bali, Argentina and G20 member country to find a common solution to tackle rising inflation. International economic cooperation is one way to overcome the global economic crisis. With various problems faced, Argentina is a country has high potential in the economy. As a large and wealthy country, Argentina is trying to overcome the economic crisis and overcome the country's high economic inequality. After all, the current crisis is a crisis of a global scale. International solidarity is nationally for the revival of the economy in every country. Probably that enough for the speech that I can differentiation. Thank you.
Thank you, representative of Argentina, for incredible input how Argentina will is big to fulfill the 2030 agenda and how Argentina want to overcome economic crisis. Next speaker on our list, His Excellency Mr. Dinka Rifki. The time is yours.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vini Witawaru, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of Economic and Social Council member and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. As we know that 2 years ago, COVID-19 impact all across the country and all the states of our country, Austria. Austria has suffered greatly on the various sectors such as economy, the people of unemployed, tourism and agriculture, and the rate of health industry. However, due to the rapid success in the flattening the curve of cases and death, the country has been able to begin a gradual reopening of the economy earlier than others. Austria's economy has been strongly affected by the pandemic and related to consumption measure of gross domestic product. The GDP led to a 4% decline was mainly due to a fall in private consumption and tourism service and also effect to the industrial sector and foreign trade while initially dropping in the first half of 2020. In the second half of the year, driven by rising prices of industrial goods, food and service, the GDP expected to recover gradually in line with the lifting of restriction and activity in the tourism sector is expected to return close to pre-crisis level. This situation creates the crisis on everyday life of people, mostly the groups of people who are older, even younger, and the people who have an income below or close to the poverty threshold. The health policy will increase negative impact on groups that were already vulnerable before the pandemic. This group has been identified as a high-risk group of the pandemic due to their increased likelihood of severe COVID-19 related illness and their limited monetary resources and thus lower chance of coping with the pandemic. This was a concern to all of us to propose a better solution or how can this be more effective to implement. According to the impact, we Austria will help to prevent the poverty reduction while experiencing economic crisis, to improve the food situation of households, include building and rehabilitating supply system, and improving existing irrigation system to many other countries. This is the primary goal to reduce the economic poverty crisis in global. This also responding with a flexible funding instrument and increasingly combining emergency aid with long-term measures to ensure sustainability. Moreover, we, the Republic of Austria, open the opportunities all across the countries to enhance cooperation in dealing with global economic crisis. Together, let's strengthen and build bonds to a fair inclusive recovery. Thank you.
Excellency Mr. Dinka, we thank you for your delivering your statement. Now I invite you to the stage, representative of Bangladesh, His Excellency Mr. Farel Alfiden. The time is yours.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Vini Witawaru, Your Excellency, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegate of ECOSOC, member countries and international organizations. Dear Honorable Ms. President, I am so grateful to give a short speech to the audience this morning. I would like to provide some insight and the right perspective that clearly emerge from our evolution in the face of combat with a pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, a viral outbreak is not a strange concept for Bangladesh. We are one of the most affected countries with 2 million cases and more than 29,000 deaths as of 17 March 2022. Its response to COVID-19 is in response to COVID-19 outbreak in March 2022. The government acts swiftly to address to immediate health requirement and implement containment measures and regulation to combat COVID-19. As like Karl Marx said that income is concentrated from the bottom up and inequality can increase over time. This is also true for Bangladesh, the world's fast-growing country with an ever-growing affluent population. The number of high-value people in Bangladesh increased by 17.3%, while the number in the United States increased by 8.1%. Further, the project will create 100 jobs with a special focus on women, train 100 youth in digital and disruptive technologies, and in disabilities a digital leadership academy and center of excellence. As well, the COVID-19 has been an eye-opener for us and exposed our vulnerability and injustice in Bangladesh. That's all we can say. Thank you, Your Excellence, for the great opportunity to participate in this great season. Our government will continue our effort in combating inequality and open up more cooperative opportunities. Thank you, Chairperson, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your statement. We welcome the next speaker on our list, Belgium, Her Excellency Miss Natalia Michel.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vinewita Waruwo, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. Good morning, everyone. It gives me an honor to attend this conference of the parties of the United Nations Economic and Social Council. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Natalia Michel from the Belgium delegations. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's been a pleasure for me to take part in this forum even remotely, but despite this fun, we have to face the fact that there is little reason to rejoice. 3 years ago, the first summit of heads of state and government has held in New York with the goals of sustainable development and slow implementation. They call for a decade of action for sustainable development. 3 years later, this situation has deteriorated even to the effort of the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine, together with the increasingly obvious effect of the planet environmental crisis, have halted progress on several fronts. In 20 and 30, and even though most of it crisis, this animation once again show how interconnected our world is. How one crisis can cause another, and thus how all the water ice interact remind us that we really need a build back up to rebuild better. I believe that the 20 and 30 Youth Sustainable Development Goals provide us with an excellent framework for doing this. It is more important than ever to use water assistance as a compass and integrate. Especially in recovery plans as a way to make policies from sustainable development more coherent. This is the reason why my government, the federal government of Belgium, developed its own governance for sustainable development goals in on the one through sustainable development one plans, on the other hand by integrating water assistance in recovery plans as well as the general policy notes of all members of government. While this year's political forum emphasized, among other things, DD14 for equity biota, also on DD15 for land biota. It comes at the right time, indeed, with the relief that we welcomed last month with the confirmation of the holding date. Biodiversity cooperative are important pillar of sustainable development and will have to catalytic role in our journey to 20 and 30. For example, through nature-based solution, it is essential to adopt a One Health approach and fully integrate biodiversity in all policies. We hope COP15 will lead to an ambitious global framework for biodiversity with measurable goals and objectives in terms of water design and gender equality. The aim that we reviewed this year is the within a human rights-based approach. There should be isolated objective gender analysis, which should be element of concern. A cross-sectoral analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative of Belgium, for the incredible speech on how we need to work together to build a better world. We will now give the floor to the distinguished delegates of Benin. His Excellency, Mr. Dino Kartasumitra. The stage is yours.
Your Excellency, Madam President Azara Nabila, Your Excellency, Miss Vice President, all of the Miss Vice President, Madam Executive Secretary of ECOSOC 2023, Vinay Witawaruwo, and all of the distinguished delegates. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking you for convening this special conference on building back better from the coronavirus disease while advancing the full implementation of 2013 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It's truly commendable that you saw it fit to have a debate on such an important subject matter that has the potential to bring about the socio-economic development to many countries. Yesterday, COVID-19 has brought us a huge problem. The COVID-19 pandemic is more than a health crisis. It is an economic crisis, a humanitarian crisis, a security crisis, and a human rights crisis. This crisis has highlighted several fragilities and inequalities within and among nations. Running along the pandemics, we managed to improve our GDP in 2021 to 7.0% from 3.8% in 2020. And the GDP is expected to reach 6.1% in 2022 and 6.4% in 2023. I would like to say thank you for our country that invests to us. COVID-19 has impacted the whole world. The pandemic has been around us in the last 2 years, but now the pandemic is over. We are now to start to more improve our economics by participate this conference. Hopefully, in this great discuss, we can produce something better to our country for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement. Next speaker on our list is Bolivia. Delegates of Bolivia, Ms. Fini Nashua, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Vinay Witawaruwo, President and Vice President of Economy and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. It's an incredible honor to be invited to an occasion with significance for today and could be meeting with distinguished guests from across the world. Before the COVID-19 pandemic in 2015 to 2019, Bolivia's economy grew at average yearly rate of 4.0%, among the highest in the continent. But Bolivia's economy suffered due to the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the World Bank, the agriculture sector contributes 14% of the value added share to Bolivia's 2020 GDP. In 2020, only agriculture and communications sector that don't have show negative growth rates because of COVID-19 pandemic. Even after the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, agricultural sector still managed to grow. But to continue to grow, Bolivian business will need new technology in products ranging from irrigation to farm equipment to combat the effects of climate change and aging infrastructure. But we still managed to survive the pandemic and rebuilding our economy through export. Our country, Bolivia, is one of the biggest petroleum gas exporters in South America. Bolivia is also due to the progress of the full implementations of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. With the cooperation with the European Union, Bolivia has planned to halt deforestation, land degradation, and biodiversity loss, also increase resilience to climate change by reducing CO2 emissions. in order to determine the sustainable development impact of an action or policy. The participation of stakeholders at all levels and scales should be priorities. In conclusions, through this ECOSOC Partnership Forum, Bolivia wants to holding a bilateral or multilateral cooperation in implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Bolivia, for such an inspiring statement. Now I invite you to the stage representative of Botswana, Her Excellency, Ms. Daivina Salsabila.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Finewita Waruwo, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. Good morning. First and foremost, it is such an honor to attend the meeting of the High-Level Political Forum of the Economic and Social Council. WHO declared the COVID-19 outbreak a global pandemic on 11 March 2020. Since then, we have seen the devastating impact of this pandemic, especially on the world economy, including Botswana. The economy contracted by 8.7% in real terms in 2020. As COVID-19 related spending placed pressure on fiscal reserves, the budget deficit yet reached $1.3 million, equivalent to 5.6% of GDP. Despite the economic fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic, Botswana is seeking to accelerate economic transformation plans with a focus on private sector investment and diversification. In recovering economy, the government based long-term like Vision 2036 and the National Development Plan 11, which runs from 2017 through to 2023. Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan lays out plans to move the economy in a more diversified and led by the private sector. Another key element of Botswana's long-term economic strategy is to diversify and develop its export buying diamonds. The government created the development of a series of special economic zones focused on a variety of sectors. In terms of business, Botswana is considered one of the more attractive investment destinations in Africa, with strong institutions and the rule of law to encourage potential investors. The program which have proven successful in narrowing social inequality and boosting the economy. Past COVID-19, Botswana is carrying a recovery plan to accelerate business reforms and restore the economy so that it can eradicate poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, the economy is an important factor in a country to achieve national goals. People's welfare can be seen from how much the economy produces by the country. Of the various humanitarian issues, the economy is something that can never be separated and is directly related to poverty. In this regard, Botswana seeks to reduce poverty in Africa through improving natural and human resources to achieve a better economic level and provide prosperity. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency Ms. Daivina, to present your thoughtful statement. I will now hand over the chair to the Vice President, Ms. Marvelyn, to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Lazara. So we are now going to continue the next speaker. And please remember, delegate, that you have only 3 minutes to deliver your statement. All right, Excellencies, I would like to start to call the delegation of Bulgaria. Her Excellency Ms. Lazara, time is yours.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Finewita Waruwo, Honorable Vice President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, member of Economic Social Council, and also international organization. Ladies and gentlemen, as Bulgaria economy was performing well, the pandemic hit and disrupted the world's socio-economic stability. However, because of the country's strong fiscal position, Bulgaria has enabled bold response. In modernizing economy and strengthening resilience and competitiveness, Bulgaria has gone far. To prevent many from falling into unemployment, the government provide wage subsidies. Getting through the current crisis does not mean returning to our old way of life. We need to step into the new paradigm by implementing the long-term economic measures, the full implementation of 2030 agendas. Thanks to the United Nations and the World Health Organization, who are working closely with global experts, governments, and partners to respond to COVID-19 pandemic, the world now has entered the recovery phase. In this recovery, Bulgaria welcomes and supports the framework issued by the United Nations, in ending poverty in 2030 for sustainable development goals. The UN has no alternative in terms of the development of international law and multilateral cooperation. As a member state of European Union, Bulgaria will champion a strong United Nations organization as its main partner and a solid foundation of rule-based multilateral order. The government of Bulgaria is ambitious for 2030 targets to lower inequality income substantially and reduce poverty. In achieving the targets, Bulgaria requires to amplify the connection with lagging regions, particularly the northwest of Bulgaria, and also further infrastructure investment and improve access to public for all people. In conclusion, Bulgaria believes that with multilateral cooperation, the world can change for the better. The Republic of Bulgaria is ready for the world to open its new chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegate of Bulgaria, for the incredible statement. The next speaker on my list is the delegation of Canada, His Excellency Mr. Rafi Altaf. Please, the floor is yours, Excellency.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vinewita Waru, Ms. President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegate of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. It's an incredible honor to be attending to an occasion with such significance for 2 days. Feel so grateful to be able to stand here and could be meeting with distinguished guests from across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to reduce the number of positive cases of COVID-19 in Canada and to prevent the spread of the variant of SARS-CoV-2, variant B107, on January 29, 2021. The government of Canada issued a policy of limiting international flights in which international arrivals are only open at 4 airports, namely Montreal Trudeau International Airport, Toronto Pearson International Airport, Calgary International Airport, and Vancouver International Airport. Passengers arriving by air must carry out a molecular test upon arrival and carry out quarantine at the hotel for 3 days. The Canadian government also enforces a molecular test 72 hours before arrival for passenger arriving by land. The government has also made longer-term investment in areas such as housing, clean water, health, transportation, early learning, and childcare, and skills and employment, which will help reduce the incidence of other dimension of poverty. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency Mr. Rafi, for your inspiring speech. Now I would like to call the delegate of Chile, His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Aska. You have the floor.
Good morning. Your Excellencies, Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Vinimeta Waru, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, Honorable Minister, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chile, let me begin by offering my thanks to Indonesia. Such an honor that Chile have been invited to discuss at the Economic and Social Council session with the theme, Building Back Better from the Coronavirus Disease, while advancing the full implementation of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Here, we will try to get our discussion to get answers regarding sustainable development from the COVID-19 pandemic situation. Ladies and gentlemen, as one of the developed countries in America, Chile continue to strive to maintain and develop several policies of our government so that our country can continue to compete in the international arena with various policies, but at home and abroad, such as the first, maintaining and respecting foreign relations, be it bilateral or multilateral relation, with the principle of not interfering in the internal affairs of a country. The second, create as many jobs as possible to develop the economy of the community and the country. The third, opening world markets with the target of relation with the Asian continent as well as with the Pacific Alliance countries. Ladies and gentlemen, poverty is a symptom that is certain to exist in every country, and this is very important focus for every government. How to reduce and even eliminate poverty in every country, with programs that have been created to overcome poverty. This case, Chile has attempted to overcome this poverty case with several policies, namely creating jobs, guaranteeing that the distribution of funds from the government is correct, and the last, providing loans with relatively low interest. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as a country, of course, we hope that the policies that we have complete can be implemented properly and hopefully become the first step in terms of our sustainable development. Chile also invite all country representatives to help each other so that life throughout the world can experience pleasure without any difficulty. In closing, Chile will give a motto: there will be no developed countries without developing countries, and there will be no developing countries if there are no underdeveloped countries. Thank you.
Thank you, the representative of Chile, for your statement. Now I invite the delegation of China to the stage. His Excellency Mr. Andrew, the stage is yours.
Your Excellency, Mrs. Secretary General of United Nations, Mrs. Pinawitawaru, Your Excellency, Madam President and the Vice President of the High-Level Political Forum of the Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an honor to attend the High-Level Political Forum of the Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC 2023 today. It is also an honor to meet various guests of honor from various countries. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 first experienced a global spread on March 11, 2020, where COVID-19 itself was present as a tough opponent for economic stability and a capability from the government and reached global outbreak in 11 March 2020. But despite such negative views that the world happened to see us, we still to do our best to provide safety for our people. We ensure their life with insurance and many financial help from the government to poor of the solved matter. Now we become one of the leading countries that provide vaccine. In China alone, there are 26 million people living in extreme poverty. Meanwhile, another 76 million people are in the low-income line, which is only 924 yuan per person per year. Poverty and high hunger in China are caused by several things, including the large amount of urbanization, lack of education, difficulty accessing health, agricultural lifestyle, hukou lifestyle, and migrant workers. The Chinese government further divides poverty into two types. The first, absolute poverty, which means the per capita income of the population per year is less than 625 yuan. Second, relative poverty, namely the per capita income of the population per year is below 865 yuan. To overcome poverty that occurs in the country, the Chinese government has made several efforts such as allocating 296.6 billion yuan as a commitment to the importance of poverty, alleviation, and incorporating in national annual economic and social planning. The government also allocates funds and makes several statements alleviating poverty. Second, poverty alleviation is carried out with overall multi-sectoral participation in both the central and regional governments. In the end, the problem of poverty is not only the responsibility of poor countries, but is this the responsibility of all us. Efforts that have been made so far in dealing with the problem of poverty must be continued. This is for the sake of obtaining global prosperity that is as the same honor and other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency Mr. Andrew, for the wonderful statement. Next on my list, I would like to call the representative of Colombia, Her Excellency Ms. Sarah Aprilia. The time is yours.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Pinawitawaru, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. It's an incredible honor to be invited to an occasion with such a significance for today's. Feel so grateful to be able to stand here and could be meeting with distinguished guests from across the world. I want to give an overview of what happened in Colombia due to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. We all know how COVID-19 could shake every sector in our country. The annual inflation rate in Colombia increased for the sixth straight month to 12.53% in November 2022, the highest since March 1999 from 12.22% in previous month. But economy has recovered well from the COVID-19 crisis, and strong fiscal and monetary policy support have averted a stronger contraction of incomes. Solid macroeconomic policy frameworks are laying the ground for a continuous recovery of domestic demand, although the sustainability of fiscal accounts will require further action. In a longer view, however, both growth and social inclusion are trapped by weak structural policy settings that preclude more than half of income earners from formal jobs and social protection while preventing firms from growing and becoming more productive. Solving this vicious circle through ambitious reform would allow a significant leap forward for material well-being in Colombia. Ladies and gentlemen, we and the private organization, especially the economic ones, both have been working in reducing the poverty problems by the introducing of charity programs with poor outcomes that become superficial solution due to the act on the economy of social, political, and economic events throughout the history of the country, and the act of armed conflict that do not allow them to advance in the result. We, on behalf of Colombia, we continue to develop new innovation in developing the welfare of our society. And we continue to focus on developing cooperation so that we can build a common economy and do cooperation together. That's all from the Republic of Colombia. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Colombia, for the incredible statement. I will now give the floor to the representative of Croatia, His Excellency Mr. Dimas Bahaiki. You have the floor, Excellency.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations Ms. Finewita Waruwu, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, it's an incredible honor to be invited to an occasion with such significance for today. I feel so grateful to be able to stand here and could be meeting with distinguished guests from across the world. I want to give an overview of what happened in Croatia due to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Following an unprecedented crisis due to the pandemic, Croatia Recovery and Resilience Plan respond to the urgent need of fostering a strong recovery and making Croatia ready for what happened in the future. The reforms and investment in the plan will help Croatia become more sustainable, resilient, and better prepared for the challenge and opportunities of the green and digital transitions. To this end, the plan consists of 146 investment and 76 reforms. They will be supported by 6.3 billion euros in grants. 30% of the plan will support climate objective and 20.4% of the plan will foster digital transitions. That's all from the Republic of Croatia. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you, Minister of Croatia, for your statement. Now we will move to the representative of the Czech Republic, Her Excellency Ms. Sherry. You may have the floor, Madam.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Finewita Waruwu, President and Vice President of the High-Level Political Forum of the Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for the delegates of the Czech Republic to attend this high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council here today, and present with all the distinguished guests from around the world. The world had been shaken by the outbreak of the COVID-19 in the early 2020 and poses a threat to the global economy. During the pandemic, the International Monetary Fund, or IMF, has stated that the world economy will shrink by 3% and will have a devastating upshot on workers in the informal sector and will definitely affect hundreds of millions of the enterprises sector. Many countries are preparing a preliminary measure according to their own policy to protect the economy and their people. The Czech Republic was the first Schengen country in Europe to put measures in place when the outbreak started showing in some of our neighboring countries. But we, However, is among the countries who are better able to deal with the pandemic. The government of the Czech Republic has introduced a preliminary measure such as tax delays or providing no interest, 2 years loans for affected SMEs with 1 year delay in payments to mitigate short-term negative effects. Despite the measure put in places to counter the pandemic, we still got an essential impact on the economy. The sector that have been affected most by are the businesses that are dependent on the tourism and also manufacturers that affects the GDP growth of the country. In the current spring, last 2022, the Czech economy is facing 2 out of 4 new challenges emerged from the COVID-19 pandemic. The first is the deepening of the scarcity economy, which has risen from the disruption of purchaser-supplier relations because of lockdowns and other restrictions imposed by the government around the world. The second is about the ongoing energy crisis by the reawakening of the COVID-19 pandemic, who reduced investment in fossil fuels, coupled with delays in switching to renewable energy sources and the reduction of natural gas reserves after the freezing winter of 2020 and 2021. A major threat associated with the increase in energy or fuel prices that the Czech Republic is currently facing. The Czech Republic, we are opening our doors widely for the present or non-present country here to bring our world economy to recover and join for a close relation between countries. Let's rebuild our world back with a strong economy and humanity. That's all from the Czech Republic. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegate of Czech Republic, for your thoughtful statement. Now I invite to the stage the delegation of Denmark, Her Excellency Miss Cindy. Time is yours.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Vineta Waruwu, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to participate in the United Nations Economic and Social Council. We know that so far COVID-19 has had a major impact on the country's economic sector. And how about the policies of my country, Denmark, in carrying out its economic policies during the COVID-19 pandemic? The main macroeconomic challenge for the Danish economy is sluggish productivity growth. Therefore, it is necessary to take major steps to strengthen economic resilience. First, by strengthening the health sector. Second, plans to strengthen economic and social resilience by encouraging green and digital investment, especially SMEs through tax incentives to encourage private investment. Third, the RRP must strengthen Denmark's resilience and capacity to mitigate economic shocks. As part of RRP, Denmark Digital SME Support Scheme is expected to help small and medium enterprises overcome barriers to investing and implementing new cutting-edge technologies, as well as e-commerce solutions through new digital strategies. The goals of the initiative in the plan reflect short-term and long-term perspective, with the aim of supporting the Danish economy in its recovery from the pandemic, as well as supporting Denmark's long-term growth and green transition. For now, as a whole, the inflation rate will depend on the development of energy prices, which are difficult to predict. The Danish government wants to establish a cooperation with several countries, as stated at the Bali Democracy Forum 2022, to be able to accelerate the energy transition process while increasing economic productivity by implementing the concept of a blue economy and a green energy transition that must go hand in hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your inspiring speech, Excellency. And now I would like to call the representative of Djibouti, Her Excellency Ms. Fariza. The time is yours.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Vineta Waruwu, President and Vice President of the Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. As Minister of Foreign Affairs of Djibouti, I am honored to be here today representing Djibouti to attend the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council 2023. It is also an honor for me to stand here among the leaders of international organizations and delegations from countries around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, now the world is still facing the problem of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has spread to all corners of the world, including Djibouti. This pandemic hit all sectors, especially the economic sector. Djibouti's economy began to recover in 2021 with a GDP growth of 3.9%, up from 1.2% in 2020. This increase was supported by a revitalized service sector, which generates around 3/4 of GDP, particularly port activities. From the demand side, exports and investment are still the main factors with an estimated contribution of 14.6% and 4.8% in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of poverty alleviation, the government took several steps to overcome this. The government is working with the World Bank and the country partnership framework, creating a more conducive environment for developing the private sector is critical to building long-term resilience to economic shocks such as COVID-19. The CPF aims to address urgent needs related to the pandemic while supporting medium to long-term reforms to create the right environment for inclusive growth and job creation. Aligned with the Djibouti Vision 2035 and guided by the government's national strategic priorities, this program has two main focuses. First, to promote inclusive growth led by the private sector, job creation, and human capital. Second, strengthen the role and capacity of the state by supporting the government's efforts to improve access to basic service delivery in health, education, and water sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, Djibouti is making great efforts to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic in the most adequate and efficient way possible, leveraging comparative advantage and enhancing collaboration and collegiality between relevant institutions coordinated through the country's highest authorities. Throughout the ECOSOC Council Conference, as a delegate to Djibouti, I insisted that we must work together to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your enlightening speech, Delegate of Djibouti. And thank you all delegates for the insightful speech. Excellencies, we will continue to our next speaker, the country's presentation, and I will yield the chair to Her Excellency Madam Fini, the Vice President. Your Excellency Madam Fini, the time is yours to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Marvelin Octavia. Without further ado, let's start our meeting. The first speaker on my list is the Arab Republic of Egypt. Her Excellency Ms. Putri Dwi Aprianti, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations Ms. Vinewitawaru, Madam President and Ms. Vice President of the Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an honor to attend this forum of the Economic and Social Council today. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a major impact of the economy of most countries in the world, including Egypt, a country that has a large income from the tourism sector. The Egyptian ambassador to Indonesia said that his country had begun to the tourism sector and was taking steps to overcome the impact of the pandemic. Egypt's economy suffered the pandemic last year, but we managed to have a relatively high growth rate of up to 3.5%. Even in the pandemic era, the tourist sector is affected, but we can say no, Egypt's economy is not only dependent of tourism. Our economy is very diverse. We have industry, we have agriculture. We try to promote every sector of our economy. During the COVID-19 pandemic of during 2020, Egypt managed to record an economic growth of 3.6%. This shows the high economy potential of Egypt and the good economy policies of the Egyptian government in overcoming economic challenge. To optimize its economic potential, Egypt has a number of trade agreements with countries in Africa and Europe. Egyptians depended of agriculture for the economy. Egypt economy is heavily dependent of the agriculture, media, oil export, natural gas export, and tourism. Growing population, limited agricultural land, and all about dependent of the revenue continues to strengthen research and economy system. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency Ms. Putri Dwi Apriyanti, for your inspiring statement. Next on my list is delegation of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Her Excellency Ms. Fanya Widyadari, the stage is yours.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vini Witawaru, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. COVID-19 is a global health emergency that is endangering human life throughout Africa. On March 14, 2020, the first case of COVID-19 was discovered in the Kingdom of Eswatini, a southern African country. Eswatini Health Service Delivery is organized around a four-tier service delivery system, which includes the community, clinics, and public health units, health centers, and regional referral hospital, and national referral hospital. Because of its fragile healthcare system, Eswatini's preparedness to respond effectively to the pandemic has won. Despite some progress in the provision of health facilities, access to quality healthcare remains limited. As a result, the health system functions poorly and cannot meet the needs of the people. Some of the constraints that plague Eswatini healthcare system include a shortage of health workers, such as a doctor with a staff-to-population ratio of 1.62 per 1,000 population. Eswatini has one of the highest rates of HIV/AIDS in Africa, which put a lot of people at risk for COVID-19 problems since their immune system have been compromised. Frequent lockdowns could cause patients with chronic disease like HIV, TB, diabetes, and others to skip treatments because they are afraid of protecting the virus while visiting medical institutions. As for the response, Eswatini has already launched a regulation for social policy regarding the impact of COVID-19. As a result, the government enacted a set of fiscal, monetary, and financial sector policies to mitigate the socio-economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on vulnerable households and business. Furthermore, the government established a relief fund worth 25 million Swaziland Lailan Jenai to access workers who have been laid off. These measures include increased healthcare spending, food assistance programs, improved access to water and sanitation, and transfer of social protection. Furthermore, the government postponed planned increase in electricity and water tariff. The healthcare system is facing many difficulties in the fight against the pandemic since it is already overburdened by illness like HIV, TB, and other chronic ailments. The government decision to take part in the COVAX global vaccine distribution will undoubtedly aid in returning to kingdom normality and reviving the economy. The government should make sure that all at-risk groups are given equal priority and access to the vaccine. During the COVID-19 situation, Eswatini faced numerous. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your Excellency for an insightful statement. I will now give the floor to distinguished representative of Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Her Excellency Ms. Natalia Putri Andini.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Finewetawaru, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, its distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. It is an honor to attend the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council. The impact of COVID pandemic has an impact on the humanitarian sector as well as the economy. Ensuring timely and fair distribution of COVID vaccine is essential to having a safer world. Ethiopian called COVID-19 vaccine equity. To deal with humanitarian challenge, the Ethiopian government has collaborated with and received assistance from the United Nations Office for the coordination of the humanitarian affairs. And currently, 6 humanitarian operators have worked with Ethiopian to address food cases, namely the World Food Programme, World Vision, CARE, Relief Society of Tigray, Food for the Hungry, and the Ethiopian government providing food assistance in region. In economies, the economic essential threat in Ethiopia can be gradually overcome through foreign investment. Today, Ethiopia is the second largest and fastest receiving country of the FDI in Africa, after Egypt. Ethiopia is able to absorb FDI up to $7 billion US, and the Ethiopian population is dominated by people of productive age, which reach more than 70%. This illustrates clearly that Ethiopia has a large market size economically. In conclusion, the economy is an important sector to solve humanitarian issues, especially for most countries in the Africa region. Ethiopia will remain committed to providing coordinated humanitarian assistance to those who need it across the country. I would like to take this opportunity to thank partners who have provided support to solve the humanitarian problem in our country during this time. And also, Ethiopia continues to develop and open the widest possible cooperation in order to create harmonious social relations and continue to recover together. On behalf of people and Ethiopian government, I will say thank you for attention.
Thank you, Excellency Ms. Natalia Putriandini, for your comprehensive statement. I now invite the delegation of the Republic of Finland, Her Excellency Ms. Sava Triana. The stage is yours.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Finewetawaru, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. Good morning, Ms. President, ladies and gentlemen. Where I hope we enjoy a high standard of living a peaceful life. Trade with the European Union accounts for around 60%. The countries' main trading partners are Germany, Russia, Sweden, the United Kingdom, and the United States of America. In overcoming poverty, we have breakthrough to boost the poverty rate in our country. The government pays salaries to Finnish people who are still unemployed. Finland also has a federal social security agency which will distribute each to 2,000 people who are still unemployed in Finland. With this policy, Finland is expected was able to become the first country in Europe to overcome unemployment. Besides being able to boost poverty, we also have quality education, including students who have literacy skills and high life expectancy. As a member country of ECOSOC to recovery from the COVID-19 missions, we have the same vision and mission with other countries. Finland have different policies from other countries to overcome challenges and obstacles. Finland created a breakthrough in the form of innovation from the results of interaction between the governments. This was made in such a way to develop research projects built by the government to overcome the slow economic development felt by the local community. Of course, this is the most alternative policy to realize the program in accordance with the SDGs implemented in Finland.
As a final, this case has been an eye-opener for us. That was all for me, delegates of Finland. Thank you for the great opportunity. I would like to thank you all, the delegates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, delegation of the Republic of Finland, for your statement. We will move to the next speaker on my list, which is French Republic, His Excellency Mr. I Gede Issa Masiha. You might have the floor, sir.
Bonjour à tous. Your Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, the United Nations, Your Excellency, President and Vice President of the Economic Social Council, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an honor to attend the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council today. So grateful to be able to stand here and could be meeting with distinguished guests from across the world. COVID-19 began to circulate in the euro area with a significant number of the cases in late February and early March 2020. By 11 March, it had been declared a global pandemic by the World Health Organization, and increasingly stringent restrictions were imposed to contain the public health emergency. Economic activity in many sectors was effectively suspended, almost anywhere in the world. Measured economic output contracted at the fastest rate recorded since the World War II. Between March and June, in response to the first stage of the crisis, the major central banks implemented monetary policy measures that share many common features together. And combined with the extraordinary government emergency response, they have cushioned the economic crisis by short-circuiting amplification mechanisms. Due to the outbreak of coronavirus, the gross domestic product of France could be decreased by 11.4 to 11.1% in 2020. The larger decrease might be registered as if a second wave of infection with renewed lockdowns hits the country before the end of 2020. The government had expected even worse figures with a deficit of 11.3% and debt of around 120%. The COVID-19 pandemic has bettered the French economy, which contracted 8.2% in 2020, forcing the government to provide massive support to business to avoid bankruptcies and mass job cuts. In order to address the economic consequence of COVID-19, on 3 September 2020, the French government set out its French Reliance recovery plan. From the sector of ecology, there's 3 points: developing green hydrogen, improving everyday mobility, support for the rail sector. From the competitiveness sector, that's 3 points: resourcing industrial production, investing in future technologies, and lower production of taxes. It's therefore hoped that the policy could help ease the economic crisis and overcome poverty after the COVID-19 pandemic. That's all from me. C'est la tout. Merci.
I thank you, Minister of French Republic, for your inspiring statement. I now invite to the stage delegations of Hellenic Republic or Greece, Her Excellency Ms. Putri Ramadhani.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vinita Waru, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegate of ECOSOC member countries and international organization. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an incredible honor to be invited to the occasion with such significant for today. Feel so grateful to be able to stand here and call me meeting with distinguished guests from across the world. The coronavirus pandemic in Greece was first discovered on 26 February 2020. Greek Finance Minister Tristos Steikora said the decline in the Greek economy occurs due to the restriction imposed by the government due to the coronavirus pandemic. The coronavirus has dealt a hook blow to the Greek economy. Official data show the gross domestic product minus 15%. The COVID-19 pandemic, the containment measure have seen the gross domestic product fall by 15% in the second quarter compared to the same period year earlier. The statistic survived was quoted as saying, which Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis have sworn to the Greece will fall into a deep recession this year before recovering in 2021. Greece has weathered the pandemic well, with such stronger that expected recovery reform are taking place in several areas, including delegation, privatization, improving the fiscal policy mix, and improving the banking balance sheet. Greece completed its initial prepayment to the IMF on April 4 and they expected to graduate from the quarterly European Institutional Improvement Monitoring Framework on schedule by August 2022. Despite in the devastating impact of the war of Ukraine, growth is projected to remain strong, 3% this year. Energy prices are expected to push average inflation, present public debt in the downward trajectory, and relevant risks appear manageable. To the external position last year was quite weak compared to the desired fundamental and politicals. Your Excellencies, we have put all our effort to resolve a exciting sector, and let me invite all countries participating in the simulation of the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council to strengthen brotherhood. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your incredible statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to our next speaker, I would like to remind the delegates to please take turns on getting your food, so there will be no queue on the food stand. You need to stay seated during country's statement, so please. Thank you. You may continue, Ms. Vini Nashwa.
I will continue to the next speaker on my list is Republic of Indonesia. Her Excellency Ms. Risti Anissa Indah Permata.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vinawita Waruhu, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. It gives me an honor to attend the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council today. Feel so grateful to be able to stand here and could be meeting with distinguished guests from across the world. The COVID-19 pandemic that hit the whole world, including Indonesia, caused the Indonesian economy to experience a drastic decline in 2020 because economic development in Indonesia has an unstable movement. Due to the extent of regulation regarding large-scale social restriction, it has resulted in lockdowns in several cities aimed at breaking the chain of transmission of COVID-19. Therefore, the government implements policies in various aspects to advance the Indonesian economy. The government is more focused on fiscal and monetary policies. Not only that, the government cooperates with Bank Indonesia to advance monetary policy. Your Excellency, the poverty alleviation programs who carried out by the United Indonesian Cabinet too, there is a Family Hope Program, School Operational Assistance, the Poor Student Assistance Program, the Community Health Insurance Program, and the Rice Program for poor families. We are taking serious steps to agree that extreme poverty to 0% by 2024, one of which is through impactful bureaucratic reforms that focus on poverty alleviation. Then use strategies to reduce expenditure burdens, increase income capabilities, develop and ensure the sustainability of micro and small businesses, and increase the synergy of policies and poverty reduction programs. Your Excellency, we have put all our effort to revive all existing sector. And let me invite all countries participating in this simulation of the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council to strengthen brotherhood and work together to create sustainable economy recovery. Let's create a strong economy by strengthening brotherhood and a friendly country. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative of Republic of Indonesia, for the inspiring statement. Now I would like to call the delegation of the Republic of India. Her Excellency, Ms. Chaula Sahara Adelia, the time is yours.
Your Excellency, Madam Secretary General of the United Nations, Vineweta Waru, Your Excellency, Madam President and Vice President of the Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for us Indian delegates to attend this event and aim to solve the comprehensive problem of poverty in our country and around the world due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The poverty rate in India is relatively high after the COVID-19 pandemic. The poverty rate in India accounts for nearly 60% of the increase in global poverty. All of these conditions are accompanied by the fact that India has one of the highest levels of income inequality worldwide. India's inequality rate jumped from 74.7 at the start of 2020 to 82.3 at the end of the same year. The higher the number, the greater the income disparity. This means that India has very wealthy people within it, but most of these fall below international standard for average basic wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indian economy is slowly recovering and is projected to improve with an increase in GDP per capita being $2,321, which is in 2020 and 21 of $1,968. This is supported by enactment of policies carried out by the government by continuing to reduce to treat the poverty rate in India after COVID-19 pandemic. Policies that have been carried out by the government, creating women's empowerment programs in India, one of which is the National Livelihood Mission under the auspices of the Ministry of Rural Development in collaboration with the Women and Child Development Department, on the mission of reducing poverty by mobilizing women poor in a group so that they are able to become empowered figures. With this program, the level of hunger and poverty in India decreases. This program to reach the poorest of the poor with food and money hand so that they do not face difficulties in purchasing basic food supplies and meeting basic needs. In relation to social justice, India is not perfect in applying the concept. There are still some groups trying to destroy efforts to implement social justice by oppressing ethnic minorities around India. However, on large scale, India is able to protect its citizens equally and is the largest democracy in the world. These economic and social issues are not only of concern to India, but are of concern to all nations present in this forum. As a country capable of leading its people, this urgent problem must be resolved immediately, lest many lives and the future of the whole world be threatened. We will not go quietly into the night. We will fight against poverty and to uphold social justice with all our might. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate of Republic of India, for your speech. I will now give the floor to distinguished delegates of Israel, Her Excellency Ms. Marcela Herdiani.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Finewita Waruwu, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. It gives me an honor to attend the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council today. Feel so grateful to be able to stand here and could be meeting with distinguished guests from across the world. In the past 2 years, the world has been experiencing a crisis with the presence of COVID-19. This pandemic has spread to all corners of the world and even to the state of Israel. This has also made Israel confused because of the decline in several sectors, especially in its economy. Israel's economy suffered a severe blow during the COVID-19 pandemic. This is the first time Israel has experienced an economic contraction in the first quarter since 2012. As a result of the coronavirus crisis, many Israelis become unemployed. Furthermore, while our economy is still recovering from the COVID-19, a large part of middle class has fallen into poverty due to the impact of pandemic. Various groups and organizations have some solution to help the poor in Israel. We also have put all our efforts to revive all existing sectors, and let me to invite all countries present today to participate in the forum to strengthen brotherhood and cooperate for the creation of joint economic recovery. Moreover, we, the State of Israel, open the door to global cooperation as widely as possible to create economic recovery and close relations between countries. Let's make closer ties of brotherhood to create a strong economy, warm nations, and friendly country. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Israel, for the incredible statement. The next speaker is Repubblica Italiana, Her Excellency Ms. Nusa Indah Nirwana. You may now begin.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations Ms. Finewita Waruwu, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. I'm honored to represent Italy at this January gathering today and feel so grateful to be able to stand here and could be meeting with distinguished guests from across the world. The pandemic has had profound impacts on the health of humans worldwide. It has affected people's livelihoods, our economies, and international trade. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a huge impact on every country, including Italy. The COVID-19 pandemic has greatly affected the Italian economy, increasing the poverty rate in Italy. Many efforts have been made by the Italian government in alleviating increasing poverty after the COVID-19 pandemic. The Italian government has a national poverty reduction plan 2021 until 2023. This plan was approved on 28 of July 2021 by the Social Protection and Inclusion Network, an agency created in the Ministry of Labor, and then on 1st July officially sent to the European Commission and extended until 2027, as it is co-financed for the first time by the European Social Fund Plus and the European Regional Development Fund. It has a total budget of over 4 billion euros and also intervention to combat material shortages that were previously supported by the European Assistance Fund for the Poor. It also means that we can work together to recover from this crisis and seize the opportunity to build back better, learning from our shared experience and ensuring that efficient, innovative tools and technologies become the basis of a more resilient and sustainable and greener growth. That's it, and thank you.
Thank you, delegates of Repubblica Italiana, for your thoughtful statement. Thank you, Excellencies, and all delegations for the incredible statements you have delivered today. I will now hand over the chair to Vice President Ms. Davina to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Anna. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all delegations at the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council. To all delegates, we give 3 minutes to deliver the country's statement. Now, we have a delegate from Japan to come to the podium first, Her Excellency, Ms. Esther Amanda.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vinewita Waruwu, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to be able to attend this high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council 2023 today. As the representative of the Japanese delegation, please allow me to convey the material for our discussion this time. The existence of the COVID-19 pandemic made the country's economy unstable at first. Moreover, the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, which resulted in soaring commodity prices in April until June, we have observed an increase in domestic demand, but a decline in exports, which could be a factor hindering the country's economic recovery. Therefore, we made a policy through the BOG by maintaining a monetary policy which, in our opinion, was very loose even when inflation had exceeded the target of 2.0% for 3 consecutive months last June. The phenomenon of the COVID-19 pandemic has also triggered an increase in the poverty rate due to the fact that many offices are closed. Other businesses must also be forced to close in order to suppress the COVID-19 case. For public assistance, we only issue a small amount. However, we have made a new policy, namely by expanding subsidized scholarships in the hope that it will reduce the existing poverty rate. Not only that, to reduce people who are left behind, we also support the SDGs program, which has been mutually agreed upon by all UN member states. By establishing 3 main points, namely building a country for a prosperous and vital future, Japan that gives pride to the next generation, and Japan as a global community leader. This program is expected to be able to realize a prosperous country and no more people who are left behind in terms of economy, education, health, and so on. To implement the steps and evaluate all activities related to the program, we have built the SDG promotion headquarters. Finally, we will try our best to always participate in successful programs that aim to prosper and maintain the security of the world's people, especially through the SDGs. We hope that this program can be carried out properly and smoothly in every step that has been determined. We will also strive to be a role model for the world in implementing these steps to achieve the SDGs, and will make good efforts and cooperate with other countries to reach sustainable communities around the world who are lagging behind. That is all, and arigato gozaimashita.
Thank you very much, the delegate of Japan, for delivering your statement. Now, I invite delegation of Kazakhstan, His Excellency Mr. Iputu Vikananda. The time is yours.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of United Nations, Mr. Vinewita Waruwu, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, it's honor for me to attend the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council today. It's very good to be standing here and to be able to meet discuss from all over the world. Ladies and gentlemen, in last 2 years, all countries in the world have experienced a crisis with the presence of COVID. COVID is crisis that humanity is experiencing. Hundreds of thousands of people in Kazakhstan lost their life, and everyone is suffering because of activity and contact restriction put in place to counter the COVID-19 virus. I will discuss how the economic impact has very human conscious. Kazakhstan has recorded more than 1 million confirmed cases and nearly 19 COVID-related deaths between March 2020 and July 2021. The government implement a series of reckless measures, most notably 3 nationwide lockdown. It will be years before we fully understand impact of the pandemic of economic and development. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development provide and enforcing mandates for all UNDA's entities to support the achievement of universal SDGs. In the current and efficient way, change must occur at global, regional, and national levels to ensure the UNDA's is well positioned to support the 2030 Agenda. Therefore, we support the proposal made by ETA in several regulations regarding strengthening ECOSOC. We believe that by supporting the realization of the 2030 Agenda, carrying out the quadrennial comprehensive policy review, ECOSOC should play a stronger role in leading, coordinating, and in integrating the UN development system. A strengthened ECOSOC should provide strategy, policy, good, and coordinating across system. Kazakhstan calls for an integrated and holistic approach with respect to development. We propose to host the UN Regional Council in Almaty. Has 16 UN agencies in the country. In the regard, we believe resident coordinator by UNDP offer good practical value, providing programmatic policy and operating support the ground. The UN development system context of the 2030 Agenda must pay to attention the needs of a country, a special situation LDCs. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such incredible statement. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Latvia, His Excellency Mr. Ahmad Haikal.
Your Excellency, Madam President, Ms. Lazahra Nabila, Your Excellency, Ms. Vice President, Ms. Daivina Salsabila, and Madam Executive Secretary, Ms. Vinawita Waru, and also distinguished delegates of Economic and Social Council member countries and international organizations. It was a great honor to attend the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council today. It is a pleasure to gather here and meet all the delegates from all over the world. As we all know, 2 years ago, the COVID-19 crisis has exacerbated existing vulnerabilities and imbalance in Latvia, with lockdowns deepening socio-economic and regional disparities across Europe. Private consumption and exports suffered the most as pandemic containment measures dampened consumer demand and restricted the supply of service. After the pandemic, the unemployment rate rose to 8.1% in 2020. According to the World Bank, Latvia's GDP shrank by 3.9% in 2022. The number of Latvian people living below the national poverty line rose rapidly to 23.4%. Inflation also became a problem in Latvia. Prices of food, energy, and other commodities have risen as a result of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Inflation in Latvia rose beyond 10%, the highest visible rate since 2008. By March 2022, Latvia's inflation rate has reached 11.5%. And according to the Latvian Central Statistic Office, housing-related goods and services increased by an average 14.5%, while transport-related goods and services increased by 22.9%, due to a 43.3% increase in fuel price. Rising inflation really hits poor families hardest, but retirees are most at risk of poverty due to rising prices, and many people cannot pay their utility bills. And therefore, in May 2022, the government of Latvia adopted its second voluntary national review, or VNR, which evaluates progress, challenges, and presents new initiatives to accelerate achievement of the SDGs, according to the United Nations. This SDG includes no poverty and decent work and economic growth. We are helping those most in need and promoting equal opportunities for everyone in Latvia. Additionally, Latvia will also focus on the 2030 agenda for sustainable development by increasing the productivity of its human, economic, social, and natural capital, including location and space, thereby responding to the challenges posed by global trends. Latvia hopes that all the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic can be resolved. And lastly, as a member of Economic Social Council, Latvia remains committed to work together with other UN member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, delegation of Latvia, for the statement. We have now delegation of Mexico to deliver the statement. His Excellency, Mr. Muhammad Wais, you on the floor.
Ms. President Lazahra Nabila, Ms. Secretary General Finewita Waru, Ms. Vice President Daivina Salsabila, distinguished guests, and international organization. First, I want to say congratulations to Her Excellency Lazahra Nabila on her election as President of the Economic and Social Council. I also wish to extend to Her Excellency Ms. Risti Permata. I'm very grateful for such a magnificent welcome at your country. Ladies and gentlemen, the worldwide COVID-19 pandemic is wreaking havoc on our global economy, and Mexico is no exception. In Mexico, both global financial institutions and private analysts have already lowered their expectation for growth in 2021. In fact, some analysts suggest that the national economy will not grow or may even decline as a result of the harsh coronavirus impact. At the same time, both the number of people in poverty and poverty rate in 2020 have increased compared with those registered in 2018. And the situation put us in a deep economic contraction. We see that with the improvement in the situation after the pandemic, we must create a lot of jobs so that people who have lost their jobs can return to work, which in turn will reduce the poverty. But apart from that, the economic situation in Mexico is slowly starting to improve, even though the increase rate is very small. Slowly but sure, things will be much better than before. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 not only affected your country or region, it is affected the whole world. The pandemic has been our main enemy for the last 2 years. The economic sector become unstable, which result in increased the poverty. But we are slowly emerging from this problem by developing domestic economic policies and by strengthening bilateral and multilateral foreign cooperation. We must increase the international solidarity to reduce and alleviate this crisis so that the economic balance can work again. And for my last statement, Mexico represents several countries as coordinator for Latin American and Caribbean states. We declare that Latin American and the Caribbean states have slowly emerged from this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate of Mexico, for your speech. The next speaker on my list is Delegation of Montenegro. His Excellency, Mr. Rangga Handika, handles your floor.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vinita Waru, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC members countries, and international organizations. The economic is an important pillar of democracy development. We can achieve a level of prosperity for the people of the world. The importance of economic activity for the world is that we complement each other the efficiency that we have. Healthy economic activity can provide peace and prosperity. As we all experienced that in the past 2 years we have gone through difficult times. The global pandemic has become a new problem and challenge for us. A challenge we had never faced before, forcing us to hold hands to face this common problem. Prosperity is a frightening specter for all countries in the world. Reduction to poverty and social exclusion, the people of Montenegro have an opportunity to accelerate sustainable human development. As a continuous journey, human development may have taken a major hit in the recent years. Eliminating poverty in all these forms remains a key ambition. The poverty reduction and the development strategy determines the main goals by sorting out the objective of each sector, as outlined in the actions plan for the implementation of DPRS. Creating a macroeconomy is a stable economic growth, ensuring the tourism sector, environmental protection, and the sustainable resources management. With increased targeting of social welfare measures, especially direction at the children, the elderly, and the disabled. Increasing access to quality of education, increasing access of an equality of health service. Increasing the equality of environmental protections, developing infrastructure in this function of reduction poverty. Policies for reduction poverty at least include development. The most important thing is that there is a transparency in governance to build community trust in implementing national development and improving the economic system to alleviate poverty. As a coordinator of East Europe, we believe that the solutions we implement can overcome poverty and economic downturns. Poverty is a grave sin for a country, so building an economy in fair and peaceful, we are sure that we will find a common prosperity. Quoted from the words of Adam Smith, no society can surely be flourishing and happy, of which the far greater part of the members are poor and miserable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate of Montenegro, for the statement. We will now have the next delegate of Nigeria, Her Excellency Miss Debbie Mutia. You could deliver the statement.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of the United Nations, President and Vice President, distinguished delegates of Economic and Social Council member, countries and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored and thankful to be participating in this high-level meeting. The theme of this year's meeting, Building Back Better from the Coronavirus Disease COVID-19, while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, is indeed most appropriate as it captures our common desire to recover. Regrettably, our communities and countries are losing lives because of COVID-19 virus. The COVID-19 pandemic has devastated the world economy and strained the capabilities of the health system of many countries, including our own countries. At the heart of Nigeria's post-COVID-19 response is the Economic Sustainability Plan, which has a major component called the Agriculture for Foods and Jobs Program, where we seek to leverage suitable technologies to build a resilient food system for the country. Our administration has given the desired priority to the agricultural sector through a series of incentives to micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises that resulted in creating millions of jobs. The growing contribution of non-oil exports, especially in agriculture, information and communication technology, as well as the performing arts to our national economy, will enhance our foreign exchange earning capacity. We have also continued to accelerate our infrastructure development through serviceable and transparent borrowing, empowered capital inflow, and increased revenue generation by expanding the tax basis and prudent management of investment proceeds in the sovereign wealth fund, considering infrastructure is the key to Nigeria's economic growth, for which every Nigerian will feel the impact. Besides our emphasis on infrastructural development, with its attendant opportunities for jobs creation and subsequent poverty reduction, our focused intervention directly to Nigerians through the National Social Investment Program is also yielding benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, to advancing the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in poverty eradication, we need the United Nations to remain an agent of progress by giving expressions to the tenets of multilateralism, solidarity, and international cooperation. The international community will need to cooperate in addressing the scourge of poverty, particularly in developing countries. I will conclude by reaffirming Nigeria's commitment to ensuring the SDGs by integrating them into plans and policies. Was the approach taken by our administration in the implementation of its development plans. Thank you for your kind attention today.
Thank you very much, delegation of Nigeria, for the statement. Now, the next delegate to take the floor is delegate of New Zealand, His Excellency, Mr. Jeremiah Emmanuel.
Your Excellency Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Finewitawaru, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. It gives me an honor to attend the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council today. Feel so grateful to be able to stand here and could be meeting with distinguished guests from across the world. The COVID-19 pandemic has greatly affected all countries in the world, which has also caused a lot of poverty. I'm here representing the Republic of New Zealand, and I'm also here as the regional coordinator of the Western European region to convey some of our statements in the terms of elevated poverty from our country after the COVID-19 pandemic. Through several things in common and regarding the shortcomings and advantage that we have, so that it can be a reference to be improved and developed by us in order to alleviate poverty in New Zealand and countries in the Western Europe region. New Zealand is a country that has a highly developed free market economic system New Zealand's has economic growth has grown at an average annual growth rate of 2.4% in the past 4 years and is ranked as the 19th largest economy in Asia Pacific, ahead of Myanmar. New Zealand's import-export value currently ranks as the 58th largest product export economy in the world, with annual exports of 40.1 billion US dollar and imports of 40.9 billion US dollar. We have implemented policies to reduce poverty, including strategies to make housing more affordable and accessible, because the cost of housing is a major reason why many residents are struggling financially. New Zealand is one of the most countries that has the best natural beauty in the world. Therefore, we take advantage of this to be a step to increase our country's revenue by improving the quality of our tourism facilities sector and establishing cooperation between Indonesia and New Zealand, where we convey each other's mainstay tourism in our country. COVID-19 and Russian war Ukraine affects all countries in the Western Europe. I, as the coordinator of Western Europe region, provides solutions and mutual agreements and provides some politics that can be followed by the other regions to improve the economy after the COVID pandemic, namely by providing cheap house prices and taxes, providing food assistance, improving the quality of education, improving the quality of health, and providing social benefit assistance to the needy. I think that's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Delegate of New Zealand, for your statement on poverty reduction strategy. I will now give the floor to distinguished representative of Oman, Her Excellency Miss Adveni Christie. You have the floor.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of the United Nations, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates and international relations, good afternoon. On behalf of the Omani delegation participating in the deliberations of the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council, I have the honor to convey to you the cordial greetings of His Majesty Sultan Haitham bin Tariq and his best wishes for the success of this World Summit, which will lead to a sustainable and bright future and provide a decent life to us and our future generations. The Sultanate of Oman's participation in this conference proves Oman's commitment to contributing to international peace and security, as well as economic prosperity for all countries around the world by establishing friendly relations and collaborating with all countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the global COVID-19 pandemic has changed our lives. Today we have passed the beginning of the tough phase and have started to enter the endemic era. Due to the pandemic, restriction on indoor activities and face-to-face meetings have transformed into virtual activities, which have brought all aspects of development around the world to a halt. To overcome poverty and recover due to the impact of the pandemic, the Sultanate of Oman has implemented measures such as the Sultanate Economic Stimulus Plan, which includes tax and fee incentives, a business and investment environment, labor market, employment incentive, and banking incentives. The Economic Stimulus Plan is in line with the 10 5-year development plan, which is part of the Oman Vision 2040, and focuses on economic diversification, targeting boosting economic activity and developing the macroeconomic environment. Through this plan, the government works together with the private sector and civil society to achieve sustainable and comprehensive socio-economic development. The Sultanate of Oman also represents the Asia-Pacific region. We believe that this economic and social problem is the responsibility of all of us, not just poor countries. As part of global efforts to achieve sustainable development and end poverty,
We also call on all countries to care about human rights, particularly women's rights in Afghanistan. Asia Pacific also proposed to the UN the establishment of an international job training center program to train people's skills to create a competent workforce. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Sultanate of Oman firmly believes that we can work together so that the world's poverty can be eradicated and strengthen bonds within and between our countries, and ultimately lead us to recovery, resilience, and sustainable to realize a better life for all, according to the principles of the 2030 Agenda, that is, leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Her Excellency for delivering the statement. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the next session of the meeting, I will invite Vice President Ms. Safa Trena to lead the session. Ms. Safa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Daifina. Distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries, and with all my pleasure, we will continue the session. Let me lead and start this session. We have Panama. Her Excellency Ms. Ananda Ayu, you may have the stage.
Your Excellency Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vinay Witawaru, President and Vice President of Economic Social Council, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama State, let me start by thanking Indonesia. It is a honor to be invited here at the ECOSOC session of the topics Building Back Better from the Coronavirus Disease while advising the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda of Sustainable Development. Panama forgets policies from the domestic spheres influenced by the system of government. Also focus on the economy by providing banks service. Panama want to show that Panama is faithful democratic country, and they market Panama's country through the vision of Panama financial crossroads of the world. The emergence of Panama's an international financial center, the Panamanian currency. Ladies and gentlemen, poverty in Panama is affected by the stage of the increasing economy and also the high employment rates. Panama's dollar, besides economy, rests primarily on the well-development service sector that account for more than 3/4 of GDP. Service include operating the Panama Canal, logistics, banking, the colon free trade zone, insurance, container, ports, flagship, registry, and tourism, and Panama is a center for offshore banking. Panama's transportation and logistics service sector along with infrastructure development projects. Strong economic performance has not translated into growth share profitably as Panama has the second worst income discord in Latin America. The function of the property capital or money in the area, the giving Panama a power as a leader for countries in Latin America. Panama has success in becoming an offshore banking center and nicknamed the major offshore banking center. According to Binary Words, overseeing in globalist world order means more than the creation of financial deregulation zone, tax starters, and absence of control over capital. Thank you.
Thank you very much, delegates of Panama, for your statement. Now I invite you to the stage, the delegation of Portugal. Her Excellency, Ms. Ika Yunia, you have 3 minutes.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vinawita Waru, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates, and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me an honor to attend the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council 2023 today. Feel so grateful to be able to stand here and could be meeting with distinguished guests from across the world. As a representative from Portugal Republic, please allow us to convey the new Portuguese policies for a strong economy and also the economic situation. After a deep pandemic recession, the Portuguese economy gained ground in 2000 and GDP surpassed its pre-pandemic level in the first quarter of 2022. The recovery was driven by strong domestic demand and a bounce back in tourism from the second half of 2021, aided by one of the world's highest vaccination rates. Wide-ranging policy support helped to sustain employment and income growth and to maintain financial stability. Portugal has made strides in recovering from the pandemic, strengthening economic growth, improving fiscal and financial health. Continued policy efforts and decisive implementation of the EU-funded ambitious reform agenda provide a unique opportunity to transition to a more competitive, greener economy that can make the most of digital opportunities. Your Excellencies, like other European countries, the economy in Portugal has also experienced a decline after the COVID-19 pandemic. As such, the government has designed several programs covering education, health, and social security to combat inequalities. Poverty in Portugal is also being addressed by several NGOs. The Portuguese Non-Governmental Development Organization Platform, NGDOs, is a non-profit society composed of 62 NGDOs. Kerama and Caritas are two of the major organizations helping the most vulnerable communities in the country. In conclusion, Portugal has made excellent progress in returning to growth. However, challenges remain. The short-term outlook is clouded by the uncertainty stemming from the global macroeconomic repercussion of the Russian attack on Ukraine. In the longer run, the economy faces serious structural long-term issues related to low productivity, low educational attainment, and too little investment. Overcoming these difficulties should be on top of the government policy agenda. However, poverty in Portugal has become one of the main focuses for authorities and organizations. Policies like increasing pension and tax benefits are already in place to combat poverty. Besides creating policies, there is a need to strengthen communication and education to ensure all these programs are successfully implemented. Thank you. Obrigada. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Representative of Portugal. I will now give the floor to the delegates of Republic of Korea to deliver the statement. His Excellency Mr. Michel Rianto, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vinawita Waru, Your Excellency, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, Republic of Korea was one of the first countries hit by COVID-19. Although the country continues to suffer from the stubborn and persistent tail of case, a swift and large-scale intervention by the government has flattened the epidemiological curve and contained the virus within manageable levels. However, due to the coronavirus epidemic amid global economic downturn, the Republic of Korea economy is facing serious concern regarding economy. After fears of the coronavirus caused the KOSPI to fall below 1,600 points for the first time in 10 years, the Korean government announced a plan to help financial market recover. Republic of Korea policies align with the most of the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development countries, with the government seeking various fiscal and macro-financial ways to reduce pressure on business and families. One of the strengths of the Republic of Korea approach in the government ability to target spending to hard-hit industries, as well as to ensure the government finance driver consume spending and broader economic activity. How does Republic of Korea and world overcome poverty? We have created a policy, namely by creating good and sustainable jobs. We propose two strategies to boost job growth. First, we plan to create of organization dedicated to regulative reform to increase business investment and loosen labor regulation to give companies and workers more freedom. Second, we aim to increase support for companies, partly to tax breaks and R&D support to help them grow. The government plans to focus on startups in the field of the health and cultural content. The conclusion is, policy that has been taken can potentially succeed in reducing the economic crisis and also succeed in overcome poverty after the COVID-19 pandemic that occurred in 2020 to 2021 in the Republic of Korea. By holding this meeting, we hope that all of us in this forum can strive to create a better and more equal future, not only within our nation, but for the whole world. Thank you. Ansahamnida.
Thank you very much for your speech. Next speaker on my list is Russian Federation. His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Zain, the time is yours.
Your Excellence, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vinewita Waruwo, Ms. President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of Economic and Social Council member countries and international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, the current government has talked regarding the budget that will help the people to survive during Swakarantina and maintain stability economy. Currently, it is not only business people who are restricted to carry out its activities, but the education sector is also required to follow the regulations set by the government of the Russian Federation and conduct distance or online learning. At this time, the government is trying to rise facing adversity due to the impact of the COVID-19 virus and make a breakthrough by granting permits to business actors to be able to be active again, even though it must be limited and follow government regulation and recommendation. At this time, the government of the Russian Federation has not that there are more than 1 million people infected with the COVID-19 virus and must be taken seriously. In March 2020, the Russian government decided allocated $4.7 trillion to carry out the anti-crisis plan, which includes a series of steps such as: number one, Warren State owned our country owned property for 3 months. Number two, allocated $169 million as an additional incentive for workers in all sectors healthcare. Number three, keep an eye out for agents trying to take profits and rising price amid panic. Number four, considering allowing the sale of alcohol online so that people don't leave their homes. The last point is ensuring timely payment of salaries to people who are in sick leave. What we have read above is how our country overcomes poverty during a pandemic. Therefore, with what our country has done for bilateral and multilateral relations, namely strengthening bilateral and multilateral economic to cultural cooperation and cooperating in creating regional peace and stability and global. Spasiba, that's all. Thank you.
Excellency Mr. Zain, we thank you for delivering your statement. The next speaker is the delegation of Solomon Island. Her Excellency Ms. Imelda.
Your Excellencies, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Finewita Waru, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me an honor to attend the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council today. Feel so grateful to be able to stand here and could be meeting with distinguished guests from across the world. Solomon Islands has been hit hard by a number of shocks, including social unrest in Honiara in late 2021 because rising in unemployment and poverty, worsened by the border closure during the COVID-19 pandemic. The fiscal deficit also worsened as imports exceeded export and current low inflation is expected to increase. The Central Bank of Solomon Islands estimated that the Solomon Islands economy contracted by minus 0.6% in 2021, reversing the positive 0.4% recovery forecasted earlier in September 2021. This downgrade mainly reflected the adverse economic impact of the November riot, which pushed the economy back into recession at the close of 2021. The government has made several ways to reduce poverty and recover the economy, such as through its long-standing partnership with Australia, with improving access to services through investments in education, telecommunication, and infrastructure, and boosting the skills of Solomon Islands workers to contribute to economic recovery. Receive assistance from ADB in the form of a $10 million loan and grant to enhance COVID-19 recovery. And Solomon Islands has tried to maintain accommodative monetary and fiscal policies. The country needs to closely monitor inflation pressures and stand ready to adjust its accommodative policies tends to avoid global inflationary pressures from beginning entrenched domestically. Remedial steps by the government to reduce inflation, such as lower taxes and fuel, should be temporary to mitigate fiscal costs. In conclusion, poverty reduction for every country is very important. Any kind of assistance from international organizations as well as from developed countries in the world is urgently needed by countries that are still having difficulty developing in terms of economic growth. And such assistance is also needed in maintaining the balance of the country's economy. Further fiscal reforms are also needed to refocus expenditures to enhance growth and improve public financial management and governance. Thank you, Chairperson, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Excellency Ms. Imelda, for your speech. Now I invite to the stage representative of Thailand, Her Excellency Ms. Marvelin Octavia. Please, the time is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Finewita Waru, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. It is my honor to be here today on behalf to represent the Royal Thai government, and I would like to take this opportunity to share with you some views of Thailand. We are living in unprecedented time. COVID-19 has changed our life. Thailand has experienced tumultuous economic and social fluctuations following the COVID-19 pandemic in late 2020. Thailand was particularly impacted in late 2020 and early 2021, during which the nation suffered from high unemployment rates, reduced incomes, and increased food insecurity. Consequently, the pandemic plunged an estimate 800,000 people into poverty in Thailand. War on
poverty is one of the priority policies of the government of Thailand. Due to impact of COVID-19, the Thai government has responded swiftly to mitigate the crisis. The government's No One Left Behind program in 2020 helped mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on poverty in Thailand, where the government provided 80% of farming households with monthly cash transfer. In addition, the introduction of a farmers' assistance program reached 63% of the government's target audience. Distinguished delegates, in Thailand's view, robust economic growth must begin with strengthening the community. This is in keeping with their Majesties, the King and Queen's royal initiatives. In this respect, the government has all along supported local entrepreneurship through the One District, One Product scheme, provided loans to low-income earners through village and local funds and microfinancing schemes, and set up learning centers in village to teach farmers to be self-reliant and help them to increase agricultural productivity. The core objective of sustainable development is to ensure that there is balance and moderation in the economic, social, and environmental spheres. We firmly believe that in reducing any inequalities and closing development gaps, each and every one of us needs to lend a hand, beginning with empowering local communities, promoting greater intra-regional connectivity, and assisting neighboring countries and the region, which will help them to eradicate poverty all the more effectively. Excellencies, sustainable development can only be achieved when all people and all countries move forward together, when no one and no country is left behind, when poverty, hunger, and inequality are completely eliminated, when opportunities and decent work are guaranteed and evenly distributed, and when a sense of moderation in consumption and production is firmly instilled in all of us, so that we preserve the planet's limited resources for our children and succeeding generations. Let us make these goals a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your incredible statement. We now have the delegate of Tunisia, Mr. Habel Davidson, to deliver his statement. You have 3 minutes. The time is yours.
Your Excellency, Madam President Lazara Nabila, Your Excellency, Vice Presidents, Madam Executive Secretary of ECOSOC 2023, Finawita Waru, and all the distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, it's such an honor to attend the high-level political forums of the Economic and Social Council. I feel amazing to be at the same place with all the distinguished delegates that come from their respective country. COVID-19 has brought so much weight on our health system since its global outbreak by the World Health Organization on 11 March 2020. We have seen many countries almost collapse under its catastrophic effect. Especially, it's also give a huge impact on the world economy, including our own country, Tunisia. The country was already struggling prior to the outbreak due to deeply rooted structural challenges, including unsustainable level of public spending, high levels of inequality, touring public debt, which is 71% of its gross domestic products, and also high percentage of youth unemployment issues that our country had. Despite such environment, Tunisia has managed to grow its gross domestic product by an estimated 2.9% on 2021, as an effect of our successful containment of the COVID-19 pandemic in the second semester. We increased vaccination on our country, and it has allowed the relaxation of mobility restriction across the country. Tunisia foreign investment has been on downward settling at 90 145 million in 2018. We choose to change our focus in the foreign investment activity to attract new kind of investment beyond traditional sectors like oil and gas manufacturing and investment range in the region beyond the capital and coastal areas. At the end, COVID-19 not only in one country only, but also happening in the whole world. And I would also like to mention UK that has been one of the leading countries that has been providing Tunisia with helps and also being one of several countries that's still working with us. Remember, we must strengthen our cooperation throughout regional cooperation or multilateral diplomatic cooperation. And as a coordinator for African state, we are already working together to advance our development on human resource quality, building more trade agreement between each other, and also make a better loving interaction and environment for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegation of Tunisia, for your speech. The next speaker on my list is delegation of United Kingdom. His Excellency Mr. Ridwan Firdaus, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vineta Waruwu, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. It gives me an honor to attend the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council today. Feel so grateful to be able to stand here and be meeting with distinguished guests from across the world. In the past 2 years, the world has been experiencing a crisis with the presence of COVID. First and foremost, COVID was a human crisis. Hundreds of thousands of people in the UK lost their lives. Many more lost people they love. And everyone suffered because of the restriction on activity and contact that were put in place to control the virus. I'm going to talk about the economics, but we can and shouldn't separate that from the human tragedy of COVID. And I will discuss how the economic impact have very human consequence. The UK has had recorded over 22 million confirmed cases, and there have been nearly 200,000 deaths mentioning COVID between March 2020 and July 2021. The government implemented a series of restrictive measures, most notably 3 national lockdown. It will be years before we fully understand the impact of the pandemic on the economy. In protecting the economy, there were 3 broad issues that we were concerned about. First, preventing long-term unemployment. Our most immediate fear for the economy was that restriction would lead to very high level of unemployment. Second, there was a desire to protect the most vulnerable and avoid unfair impacts. We knew that economic costs of the pandemic would not be felt equally. Some of the most vulnerable people would suffer most, such as those in insecure employment. We used available data and saw new sources to understand distributional impacts. So policy could be designed to supplement economy-wide schemes with targeted support with this where most needed. Our third objective in protecting the economy was to ensure and enable a rapid recovery once restriction lifted. Critical to the design of the policy package was the adjustment that COVID was temporary and would not lead a fundamental restructuring of the UK economy. The vast majority of economic activity will resume. The structure of the economy after COVID will be similar to early March 2020, with a larger health sector and some new business innovation and adaptation. I would like to mention Tunisia as a country that has been working together with us in mutual or bilateral cooperation, also in export and import agreement. I sincerely give my thanks. We, the United Kingdom, open the door for global cooperation as wide as possible in restoring the economy and strengthening relations between countries. Let's create a strong economy and a peaceful country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, delegates of United Kingdom, for the statement. I now invite the delegation of United States of America, His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Zukrafaknan. You may have the floor.
Your Excellency, the Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vinewita Waruwu, President, Vice President of the Economics and Social Council, and the distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an honor to attend this high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council today, alongside with other incredible delegates who came on today's agenda. The worldwide spread of the COVID-19 pandemic has a severe impact on the global economy and humanitarian resources. People all over the world are coming together and making a concerted effort to deal with this resource shock. At the same time, we are seeing a global determination to overcome the current crisis and turn it into an opportunity to achieve future growth. The United States has enormous strength to work from. The speed which it developed and approved COVID-19 vaccines is the only most recent example of the American ingenuity. US GDP fell less during the pandemic than in most other developed countries. Unemployment bounced back faster, signs of the resiliency that has long been an important feature of the country. Recovery is the right goal, and one that will engage all sectors of society. For many years, the term pre-war and post-war were as common shorthand to describe the divide before and after the 20th century greatest calamity. The term pre-COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 could well become a similar shorthand. The challenge for the United States is to create enduring good out of tragedy by building a strong, inclusive economy recovery. That is a realistic aspiration. After all, the country has done it before. The recent pandemic has prompted us to rethink our views and actions, no matter how it may change in form or structure. The fundamental importance of globalization to global economy will not change. We have the honor today to connect virtually with a global audience. But in terms of human interaction, the significance of face-to-face communication is unchanged. Now we are faced with the challenge of identifying those of our view and action that should not change and those that should in order to adapt the new environment. We, the Americans, are ready to open our global cooperation to create economic recovery and creating close bond between countries. Let's make our bond more tighter to create a better future for every mankind. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, delegation of the United States of America, for your statement. In the next session of the meeting, I will invite President Ms. Lazahra Nabila to lead the session. Ms. Zahra, the session belongs to you.
Thank you, Ms. Safa Triana. Honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We are now moving to our next agenda, International Organization Presentation. Pardon me. I invite you to the stage delegates of Zimbabwe, Ms. Azwa Aulia. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of United Nations, Ms. Vinewita Waruwu, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, distinguished
delegation of ECOSOC member countries and international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to be here today for the Economic and Social Council High-Level Political Forum. The delegates of Zimbabwe is pleasure to be part of this conference. The COVID-19 pandemic in Zimbabwe occurred at the same time as a number of danger and difficulties that had grown more serious in the year preceding its onset and has an impact of Zimbabwe already troubled economy, health, education, wildlife, agriculture, and food security. On March 13, 2020, the government proclaimed the epidemic a national emergency and enacted a number of harsh containment measures, including as a national lockdown and curfews, the closing of international borders, and the confiscation of black market. The epidemic and the action taken to stop its spread have the potential to harm livelihood in numerous ways, most notably by impairing the efficiency of the agriculture value chain, which might have an impact on both employment and food access. Ladies and gentlemen, sadly with Zimbabwe, health infrastructure and facility in disrepair and in epidemiological profile degrading due to high rates of morbidity and death from infection diseases and non-communicable diseases, COVID-19 raved there. The Zimbabwe current response to COVID-19 was consistent with Foucault's theoretical definition of the political management of emerging epidemic, ranging from a slave of concerning and prohibitive laws typical of sovereign power, to the imposition of the heavily monitored and projected lockdown accompanied by severe penalty for violence, typical of disciplinary power, to the reliance on static and response model aim and controlling rather than curbing the pandemic. Furthermore, the government of Zimbabwe has released some of regulation for public health. The regulation prohibition state though they were established to make it possible to put precautions in place to stop, contain, and treat the spread of COVID-19. According to one survey, approximately 9% of households respond up. However, as representative from Zimbabwe, I truly think that working together will result in better position. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Azwan. Her Excellency, Ms. Azwan, your statement on 2030's Agenda for Sustainable Development for Zimbabwe. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 12 o'clock and I think we all need a break and to have lunch. I shall adjourn this meeting and it will start again after an hour. Have a nice lunch.
Apa? Mana? Ini. Kelihatan juga nggak, Bapak? Sabar, sabar. Lagi. Foto lagi. Tunggu.
Kedekatan mic. Kedekatan mic-nya.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please enjoy the food.
Jerry. Tadi ngomong apa?
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's about 12:28. I'm here with Adnan.
What?
So I'm here with Mr. Dino. So what do you think about this simulation, Mr. Dino?
It's pretty great. I'm actually excited.
How about the other delegates?
Well, the other delegates is pretty confusing. I don't know what he's talking about.
What is your country?
Hashtag save stop G. Save stop G undertake.
Gentlemen, simulation of the high-level political forum of the Economic and Social Council was about to start in 30 minutes.
What do you think about the coffee? What do you think about the coffee? It's very good. Of course, it's really good. How about?
Selamat siang teman-teman semua. Mungkin kita bisa Selamat makan teman-teman. Mohon maaf atas kekurangannya. Ini adalah yang terbaik yang panitia bisa berikan.
Tuhan Yesus memberkati.
Dan jangan lupa untuk minum air putih. Kata Pak Foster, air hitam juga boleh teman-teman. Silakan. Jadi bisa dipilih-pilih ya. the real dubes. Ayo, yuk guys.
This. All delegates, please inform your friends that the meeting is about to be continued.
Honorable delegates and guests are welcome to go inside the auditorium and take your seat. Thank you.
Honorable delegates and guests are welcome to go inside the auditorium and take your seats.
All delegates, please seat accordance to your delegates, please inform your friends that the meeting is about to be continued.
Once again, please, honorable and delegates and guests are welcome to go inside the auditorium and take your seats.
All delegates, please be seated on your accordance. Vice. Excellencies, all delegates, thank you for waiting. Now we will start over the meeting. Honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to our next agenda, International Organization presentation. Now, we invite you to the stage Director General of Food and Agriculture Organization, Her Excellency, Ms. Ersha Fitriana. The stage is yours.
Your Excellencies, Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Vinewita Waruwu, President and Vice President of Economic Social Council, distinguished delegate of ECOSOC member country. Ladies and gentlemen, we have faced many unexpected and new challenges marked by a wave of unprecedented, complex and overlapping crises, each one affecting all of us. We must continue to work together to fulfill United Nations framework in ending poverty, in support of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, at the global level, despite the challenges posed by the pandemic, FAO demonstrated its capacity and professionalism to cope with the extraordinary emergency and to provide leading analytical information when it was needed most, based on science and evidence-based data. From the start, FAO strongly emphasized that there is no health without food, which was critical to refocus food production. The pandemic reaffirmed the centrality of food and the urgent need to address the fragilities of our agri-food system. As the responsible UN agency for the SDG indicator Food Loss Index, FAO continue its effort to build capacity to measure and reduce food loss in countries and across all regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Ms. Ersha, for the statement on there is no health without proof. Proof that in order to achieve 2030's agenda on sustainable development goals, all people should be allowed to have proper food and proper nutrition. Next, I will now give the floor to the Director General of International Labour Organization, His Excellency Mr. Mika Fiandi.
Your Excellencies, President and Vice President of the Economic Social Council, distinguished delegates of ECOSOC member countries, ladies and gentlemen, yet it will be profoundly wrong for any of us to conclude that the impact of COVID-19 on our organization and on the world of work is a thing of the past. Of course, we have made important progress, but globally, labor markets are still operating at levels of hours of work which are substantially below pre-pandemic levels, 3.8% below according to our latest estimates, which is the equivalent of 112 million full-time jobs. Recovery has been very uneven. Advanced economies have mostly bounced back quickly and strongly. Middle and low-income countries have not. This great divergence is making an already unequal world more unequal still. 6 out of 10 workers are in countries where income from labor has not got back to pre-crisis levels. The human-centered recovery which we advocated at the conference last year did not, indeed could not foresee any of this. But it is the harsh reality of the moment and we must confront it. And there are two general implications of this situation for this conference. The first is that it has put international cooperation under considerable and maybe unprecedented pressure. The second is that the rule of law must prevail. That's just as the flouting of the UN Charter by military aggression is not to be tolerated and must not prevail. So, the violation of international labor standards must not go unanswered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mika, for the statement. To Director General of World Health Organization, His Excellency Mr. Dani Nugraha, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Vineta Waruwu, Your Excellency, President and Vice President of Economic and Social Council, and all the members of the Council, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. For most of last year, COVID-19 was on the decline. Vaccination increased across the world and there was sustained progress in many low and middle income countries that had been left far behind in 2021 due to vaccine nationalism and manufacturing capacity being restricted to just a handful of countries. New life-saving antiviral were identified last year, which helped cut mortality further, although the rollout followed a similar pattern of rich countries first. WHO is working, as always, to improve access, and on Christmas Day announced that the antivirals nirmatrelvir and ritonavir were pre-qualified to produce by an Indian manufacturer. This is the first generic version of an antiviral to get WHO approval and should lead to increased production and access, particularly in lower and middle income countries. But despite clear progress, the threat of COVID-19 persists. There are still major inequities in access to testing, treatment and vaccination, and ultimately COVID-19 remains a dangerous fear to our health, economies, and societies overall. Every week, approximately 10,000 people die of COVID-19 that we are aware of. The true toll is likely much higher. We need the global community to assess this, to look at mutation by mutation to determine if any of these are variants that are circulating in China, but also around the world. So there's a lot more work that needs to be done. There's a lot more data that needs to be shared from China, but additionally around the world, so that we can track this pandemic as we enter this fourth year of this pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dani, for your incredible statement on responding to COVID-19 pandemic. And I will now give the floor to Administrator of United Nations Development Program, Mr. Sultan Gema. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Mrs. Finewita Waruwo, Your Excellency, President and Vice President of Economic Social Council, and ladies and gentlemen. We are at the make or break moment for the 2030 agenda, which remain a blueprint for a global recovery and a sustainable future for all. The COVID-19 pandemic, impact of the war in Ukraine on the cost of living, stagnant financial condition, and unsustainable debt burden are threatening a synchronized global recessions. In the backdrop of escalating climate crisis wreaking havoc across the globe, the current set of interlocking crises jeopardize our common agenda for sustainable development. For the first time in 32 years, the Human Development Index, or HDI, has declined globally for 2 years in a row. Human development has fallen back to 2016 level, reversing much of the progress towards this SDGs since the 2030 agenda was adopted in 2015. This reversal is nearly universal as over 90% of countries registered a decline in their HDI score in either 2020 or 2021, signaling that the crisis is still deepening for many. The multilateral system must be in set motion for a push for SDG financing to address immediately needs to ensure a sustainable and inclusive global recovery. We call for the large-scale SDG stimulus plan that direct public sector commitments toward a sustainable development, humanitarian assistance, and climate mitigation and adaptation at an annual rate of 2% of global GDP, $500 billion per year by 2025. We must act now, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sultan, for the statement. Excellencies, we will now proceed to the next agenda of today's meeting. The next agenda is general debate, where delegates will state their question, opinion, or advice to the other countries. To delegates that wants to deliver or present their question, you may now raise your placard. Please hold your placard. Yang tadi dinyalain aja. I'm gonna ask the question once more. If there's any delegate that wants to present their question, you may now raise your placard. Itu apa? Okay, seems like we have a list for now, but we're gonna continue. I shall give the first floor to the delegations of Nigeria. To Ms. Debbie, you may now present your question. Please state your name and the countries you want to ask the question to.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Debbie Mutia, saya delegasi dari Nigeria. Saya ingin bertanya kepada negara Oman. Pertanyaan saya adalah, berdasarkan laporan yang saya baca tentang negara Oman, saya mengetahui bahwa Oman merupakan negara yang memiliki memiliki perekonomian yang bergantung pada pendapatan dari sumber daya minyak dan gas bumi. Seperti yang kita ketahui bahwa terdapat risiko fluktuasi harga minyak dan gas bumi yang dimana hal tersebut dapat berdampak pada perkembangan sosial, ekonomi dan membawa Oman ke tingkat kemiskinan yang ekstrim. Pertanyaan saya adalah, apa upaya diversifikasi ekonomi yang sedang dilakukan negara Oman agar tidak terus bergantung pada pendapatan dari sektor minyak dan gas? Terima kasih.
Thank you for the question. I shall now give the time to delegations of Oman. Her Excellency Adveni Christie to state the response.
Diversifikasi di Oman mengambil dua bentuk, yaitu yang pertama diversifikasi investasi dengan mengurangi peran negara sambil menciptakan lebih banyak ruang untuk sektor swasta. Yang kedua, diversifikasi sektoral di mana pariwisata, logistik, dan manufaktur mengungguli minyak dan gas sebagai sektor produktif utama. Diversifikasi ini dilakukan dengan membuat undang-undang penanaman modal asing yang memudahkan prosedur pendaftaran dan perizinan bagi investor asing. Lalu, perusahaan dan usaha kecil dan menengah atau UKM juga dapat dibebaskan dari pajak, bea cukai, dan bea non-pabean selama jangka waktu yang telah disepakati, serta adanya program penangguhan utang. Oman juga memodernisasi sektor manufakturnya dengan menarik tenaga kerja muda, dan di sektor pariwisata, Oman memanfaatkan warisan yang kaya dan terpelihara untuk meningkatkan wisatawan, sehingga upaya-upaya yang dilakukan telah mendorong pertumbuhan sektor swasta sesuai dengan tujuan utama diversifikasi. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Ms. Adveni, for your response. Moving on to the next list, we have a question from delegations of Panama. Her Excellency, Ms. Nanda Ayu, you may present your question.
Perkenalkan, saya Nanda Oktavia dari mewakili negara Panama, ingin bertanya kepada negara Chili. Dalam country statement yang Anda sampaikan, dalam kebijakan negara, salah satunya adalah menciptakan lapangan kerja. Pertanyaan saya, sampai saat ini apa saja usaha yang telah dilakukan Chili dalam menciptakan lapangan kerja tersebut? Terima kasih.
Thank you, delegations of Panama. I will now give the time to delegations of Chile to state their response. His Excellency, Mr. Askatorik.
Oke, terima kasih kepada rekan negara Panama. Untuk jawabannya adalah, apa saja usaha yang telah dilakukan oleh Chili dalam membangun sektor pekerjaan bagi masyarakat yang ada di negara Chili. Chili merupakan salah satu negara terbesar di bidang tembaga. Oleh karenanya, pasti Chili akan mengusahakan beberapa bidang sektor, terutama di bidang tembaga. Baik itu dalam negerinya, dalam masyarakatnya, maupun orang-orang yang berada di luar negeri yang ingin bekerja di Chili. Kami akan berusaha, akan memberikan fasilitas berupa pekerjaan yang sesuai dan pekerjaan yang manusiawi. Tidak dengan pekerjaan yang rendahan atau pekerjaan yang bisa dikatakan hina. Tapi selain itu, selain di bidang tembaga, Chili merupakan suatu negara yang besar. Chili terdapat di bidang pariwisatanya, Chili terdapat di bidang sektor-sektor lainnya. Ada beberapa bidang sektor pariwisata yang kami unggulkan. Yang pertama adalah wisata Gurun Atacama. Wisata ini merupakan satu dari beberapa wisata terbesar yang ada di negara Chili. Yang kedua adalah Taman Nasional Torres del Paine. Ini juga merupakan salah satu sektor pariwisata yang unggul di dalam negara kami. Dan yang terakhir adalah Sky Costanera. Mungkin jika kalian ingin bermain ke Chili, kita akan mengupayakan datang ke 3 industrial pariwisata kami yang sangat terkenal di negara Chili. Terima kasih.
Next questions. Next on the list, we have delegations of India that want to present their question. Her Excellency, Ms. Chaula Sahara, you may present your question.
Thank you for this opportunity. Sorry by Indonesian language. Saya ingin bertanya kepada delegasi USA terkait permasalahan sosial yang ada di Amerika Serikat. Khususnya terkait minoritas dan rasisme. Sebab India juga memiliki permasalahan yang sama serupa dengan Amerika Serikat.
We have to cut. There is no delegations from United States of America. So would you like to hold the question and moving on to the next list and wait for the delegations of United States of America? I am sorry for the inconvenience. Next we have delegations from New Zealand that want to present a question to His Excellency Mr. Jeremiah. You may state your question.
Ya, jadi saudara-saudara, seperti yang kita ketahui, kita dikumpulkan di sini untuk membahas mengenai perekonomian di dunia yang mengalami penurunan akibat pandemi COVID-19. Jadi yang saya ingin tanyakan kepada delegasi negara Meksiko, yaitu tingkat perekonomian setiap negara ini menurun, salah satunya diakibatkan oleh COVID pandemi 19 dan juga pasti di negara Meksiko pun akan terjadi hal-hal seperti kriminalitas yang meningkat dan lain-lain. Nah, apakah ada program atau langkah-langkah yang dilakukan oleh negara Meksiko untuk mengurangi serta menghilangkan dan menangani kriminalitas yang ada saat ini di negara Meksiko? Terima kasih.
Thank you for your question, Your Excellency Mr. Jeremiah. I will give the time to delegations of Mexico, Mr. Wais. You have 2 minutes to state your response.
Terima kasih untuk pertanyaannya. Terkait dengan apa yang sudah dilakukan oleh pemerintah Meksiko dalam menghadapi kriminalitas yang terjadi. Jadi pemerintah Meksiko sudah melakukan beberapa upaya seperti memperbanyak unit dari pihak kepolisian atau federal untuk mengatasi kriminalitas. Namun seperti yang kita tahu, kriminalitas di Meksiko itu sangat tinggi dan mereka memiliki banyak kelompok-kelompok kriminalitas. Mungkin usaha kami masih belum bisa berjalan maksimal, tapi perlahan tapi pasti kami bisa mengatasi kriminalitas yang terjadi karena penurunan ekonomi. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Your Excellency Mr. Wais, for stating your response. Next delegations that want to ask a question to the delegations of Thailand, you may present your question. To Ms. Brigita, you may state your question.
Pertanyaan ini ditujukan kepada delegasi Jepang. Saya ingin bertanya, mengapa pemerintah Jepang berpendapat bahwa kemiskinan di negaranya menjadi tanggung jawab sendiri? Apa alasannya? Bukankah kemiskinan yang juga akibat dari kebijakan pemerintahnya sendiri? Terima kasih.
Thank you for stating your questions. I will now give 2 minutes time to delegations of Japan to state their response. Her Excellency Esther Amanda, you may now state your response.
Terima kasih sebelumnya. Saya akan menjawab pertanyaan yang tadi dilontarkan, kenapa di negara kami kemiskinan itu menjadi tanggung jawab sendiri, yaitu karena di negara kami itu memiliki partai liberal demokratik. Mereka itu berkuasa yang terdiri dari penerima manfaat redistribusi, yaitu wira swasta, usaha mikro, serta petani. Namun kini LDP itu bergeser ke perusahaan elit dan pendukung-pendukung mereka itu bersedia untuk menerima ketidaksetaraan, menentang redistribusi pendapatan, dan mendukung logika tanggung jawab terhadap diri sendiri yang sudah saya sebutkan tadi. Jadi menurut kami karena mereka sudah menerima hal-hal yang sudah saya sebutkan tadi, jadi kemiskinan itu menjadi tanggung jawab mereka sendiri. Terima kasih.
Thank you for stating your response, delegations of Japan. Next, we have, seems like the delegations of United States of America has come back. We now give the time to delegations of India to state their questions again to the delegations of United States of America.
Saya ingin bertanya kepada USA terkait permasalahan sosial yang ada di Amerika Serikat, khususnya terkait minoritas dan rasisme. Karena di India juga terdapat permasalahan yang serupa dan di Amerika kasus tersebut sudah terbilang surut. Maka dari itu saya ingin bertanya, bagaimana kebijakan yang diambil pemerintah setempat dalam menanggapi permasalahan tersebut sehingga bisa mengurangi angka kasus minoritas dan rasisme. Thank you.
Thank you for stating your question. I will now give 2 minutes time to the delegations of United States of America, His Excellency Mr. Zutgruf Adnan.
Ya, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Memerangi rasisme itu membutuhkan tindakan agresif untuk mengatasi struktur, kebijakan, praktik yang berkontribusi pada kesenjangan kekayaan, kesehatan, dan ketidaksetaraan dalam akses pendidikan. Kami menegaskan kembali tekad kami dalam mengatasi tantangan ini bahwa negara-negara dengan pengabdian yang tulus tidak menyembunyikan kegagalan mereka sendiri. Nah, inilah kebijakan yang dilakukan negara kami untuk mengatasi rasisme. Pertama, memajukan kesetaraan rasial di pemerintah federal. Pada hari pertama, Presiden Joe Biden perintah eksekutif Presiden Joe Biden mengeluarkan perintah eksekutif 13.985 yang menetapkan bahwa pemerintah federal harus mengejar pendekatan komprehensif untuk memajukan kesetaraan bagi semua, menciptakan peluang untuk memperbaiki komunitas yang kurang terlayani. Lalu yang kedua, mengutuk dan memerangi rasisme terhadap komunitas Asia Amerika dan Kepulauan Pasifik atau disebut dengan AAPI. Pada Januari 26, 2021, Joe Biden mengeluarkan kebijakan AAPI di Amerika Serikat yang memerintahkan departemen dan lembaga eksekutif untuk mengambil semua langkah yang tepat untuk memastikan bahwa tindakan, dokumen, pernyataan resmi terutama yang berkaitan dengan COVID-19 tidak menunjukkan atau berkontribusi pada rasisme, xenofobia, dan intoleransi terhadap orang Asia Amerika dan penduduk Pasifik. Mungkin itu saja, meskipun kebijakan kami belum cukup untuk mengeradikasikan masalah rasisme sepenuhnya, kami dengan tekad akan terus menghadapi masalah rasisme secara jujur dan transparan. Semoga pertanyaan Anda bisa terjawab dengan baik.
Thank you for stating your response, delegations of United States of America. I will now hand over the time to delegations of France to state their question. His Excellency, Mr. Isa Masiha, the floor is yours.
Ya, perkenalkan nama saya Isa dari delegasi negara Prancis. Saya ingin bertanya untuk negara China. Nah, di sini yang kita ketahui Cina adalah salah satu negara yang lumayan besar ya di dunia. Namun yang kita ketahui di balik negaranya yang maju itu masih banyak rakyatnya yang kekurangan. Pertanyaan saya adalah bagaimana cara Cina mengatasi kemiskinan pada saat pandemi COVID-19?
Thank you so much for stating your question. I will now give 2 minutes time to the delegations of China, His Excellency Mr. Andrew.
Sebelumnya saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada perwakilan France untuk pertanyaannya. Upaya yang dilakukan pemerintah Cina untuk mengatasi kemiskinan pada setelah COVID-19 adalah mengalokasikan 296,6 miliar yuan sebagai komitmen untuk pentingnya pengentasan kemiskinan yang memasukkan ke dalam ekonomi tahunan nasional dan pengencangan sosial. Pemerintah juga mengalokasikan dana dan membuat beberapa strategi penanggulangan kemiskinan. Yang kedua, pemantasan kemiskinan dilakukan secara menyeluruh, partisipasi multisektoral baik di pusat maupun daerah dengan secara spesifik. Badan-badan yang dibentuk untuk mengatur dan melaksanakan pekerjaan pengentasan kemiskinan. Yang ketiga, mengembangkan pasar mekanisme inklusivitas dan memastikan bahwa pertumbuhan ekonomi menguntungkan masyarakat miskin melalui reformasi pengembangan dan mekanisme penilaian untuk kabupaten miskin. Yang kedua, untuk pengenalan mekanisme pengentasan kemiskinan yang tepat. Yang ketiga, implementasi ke mekanisme yang memungkinkan pejabat pemerintah untuk tinggal di desa. Yang keempat, ditingkatkan mekanisme pengolahan dana. Dan yang kelima, inovasi keuangan untuk pengentasan kemiskinan. Yang berikutnya, salah satu kebijakannya juga adalah menggerakkan seluruh masyarakat dalam upaya pengentasan kemiskinan, di mana pemerintah, pasar, dan masyarakat berkolaborasi dalam dan untuk menangani kemiskinan. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Thank you so much, delegations of China, His Excellency Mr. Andrew, for stating their response. Next we have on the list is delegations of Montenegro that wants to present their question. His Excellency Mr. Rangga.
Pertanyaan ini saya ajukan untuk United Kingdom, di mana bagaimana Inggris memberikan sebuah kehidupan yang makmur pada saat ekonomi sedang terpuruk dan banyak masyarakat yang mempermasalahkan Brexit. Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih Rangga untuk pertanyaannya. Kami
We still typing the question. I will give you the time to state your response. Excuse me, the delegations of Montenegro, can you please state your questions again? We're sorry for your inconvenience.
Bagaimana Inggris mengatasi permasalahan ekonomi pada masa terpuruknya dan banyak permasalahan masyarakat yang menyesali atas keputusan Brexit. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Thank you. I will now give the time to delegations of United Kingdom. His Excellency Ridwan Firdaus, you may now state your response.
Saya dari delegasi United Kingdom, kami berencana untuk meningkatkan pajak yang diharapkan mampu untuk memulihkan kredibilitas fiskal Inggris. Tujuan dari rencana ini untuk mengurangi defisit publik yang membengkak akibat pembayaran besar-besaran selama pandemi, corona, dan krisis energi. Terima kasih.
Next we have on the list is delegations of Portugal. They want to state their question. Her Excellency, Mr. Ika Junia, you may now state your questions.
Madam President, thank you for the opportunities that you gave me. Pertanyaan ini saya tujukan untuk delegasi Afghanistan. Sebelumnya Anda sempat membahas permasalahan krisis ekonomi dan konflik yang sedang berlangsung di negara Anda. Lalu bagaimana negara Anda menghadapi permasalahan perekonomian di saat situasi di negara Anda sendiri sedang terjadi konflik? I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Ms. Ika Junia, for stating your question. I will now give 2 minutes time to state your response. Delegations of Afghanistan. Ms. Fauzia, the floor is yours.
Oke, pertanyaan dari delegasi Portugal itu bagaimana menghadapi masalah perekonomian saat negara saya sedang mengalami konflik. Oke, sebelumnya saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa saat ini tantangan yang dihadapi oleh Afghanistan adalah pertumbuhan yang lamban karena pandemi COVID-19 ini merupakan faktor utama tantangan bagi Afghanistan. Pandemi COVID-19 ini sangat mempengaruhi perdagangan Afghanistan dengan negara-negara tetangga karena perbatasannya ditutup. Lalu hal itu pada gilirannya membuat pasar domestik rentan, selain itu ada krisis lingkungan yang juga mempengaruhi stabilitas ekonomi Afghanistan. Seperti inflasi yang tetap tinggi, tetapi sekarang merupakan akibat dari kenaikan harga pangan dan energi global, bukan karena depresiasi nilai tukar atau faktor domestik lainnya seperti yang terjadi sebelumnya. Karena negara kami baru saja berganti pemerintahan Taliban, serta kebijakan yang baru juga telah diberlakukan di Afghanistan. Jadi Afghanistan ini masih dalam proses untuk membangun perekonomian negara. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency Ms. Fauzia, for stating your response. To the delegations of Benin, Your Excellency Mr. Dino Kartasumitra, you may now state your question.
Thank you for the opportunity. Sebelumnya, saya ada selaku perwakilan dari negara Benin, ingin menanyakan kepada yang terhormat perwakilan dari negara Tunisia. Sebelumnya COVID-19 memberikan suatu impact ke sektor ekonomi, maka dari itu investasi merupakan salah satu cara untuk memulihkan ekonomi. Yang saya ingin tanyakan adalah bagaimana strategi Tunisia untuk menarik investor asing masuk ke dalam kemitraan atau membuat perjanjian perdagangan atau lebih spesifiknya di sektor apa yang Anda lakukan?
Thank you, delegations of Benin. I will now give 2 minutes time to delegations of Tunisia. Mr. Habel Davidson, the floor is yours to state your response.
Saya sebagai delegasi dari Tunisia akan menjawab. Sekedar informasi bahwa sektor terbesar dari Tunisia adalah minyak, petroleum, penambangan, dan manufaktur. Kami sebelumnya berencana untuk memfokuskan investasi asing ke manufaktur karena menurut kami tradisional investasi seperti itu akan berdampak buruk bagi bumi. Jadi kami ingin mencari alternatif untuk investasi asing agar negara kami juga tetap bisa mendapat profit, tapi juga tidak memberikan damage buruk bagi lingkungan. Saya kira untuk mengatakan bahwa Tunisia adalah negara yang kesulitan dalam menangkap investasi asing, sebenarnya tidak. Tunisia merupakan negara yang paling kompetitif di Afrika sebagai negara sekali lagi penghasil minyak terbaik di Afrika. Dan kami sebenarnya tidak perlu melakukan hal banyak untuk menarik investasi asing, tapi seperti yang saya katakan tadi, bahwa manufaktur dan lain-lain sudah cukup untuk menarik investasi. Jadi saya bisa bertempat seperti itu. Terima kasih.
Thank you, the delegations of Tunisia. Next, we have a question that want to be presented from the delegations of China. Your Excellency, Mr. Andrew, you may now state your question.
Terima kasih. Saya ingin bertanya kepada perwakilan dari negara Republik Korea. Tadi ketika speech sempat dimention bahwa negara Korea adalah salah satu negara pertama yang terdampak pandemi COVID-19. Pertanyaan saya adalah, apakah hal tersebut berdampak pada hubungan multilateral Republik Korea dengan negara lain? Dan apabila terdampak, bisa sebutkan dampaknya apa saja? Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mr. Endu, for stating your question. To the delegations of Republic of Korea, you have 2 minutes to state your response.
Baik, terima kasih atas pertanyaannya. Saya izin menjawab. Tentu saja pandemi COVID ini memberikan dampak yang buruk dan juga ada dampak yang baiknya juga dari hubungan multilateral kami dengan negara lain. Salah satu dampak buruknya itu terdapat pada bidang perdagangan global, terutama di bagian ekspornya. Ekspor mulai menurun dengan cepat pada kuartal pertama tahun 2020 karena negara-negara multilateral kami menerapkan lockdown untuk mencegah penyebaran COVID-19. Lalu ada juga dampak baiknya di bagian ekspornya juga dari pandemi COVID ini, terutama di sektor medis dan farmasi, yaitu alat uji bersama Italia dengan oleh Amerika Serikat, India, Jerman, dan Spanyol sebagai 5 besar pasar ekspor. Terima kasih.
Thank you, the delegations of the Republic of Korea, for stating your response. Moving on to our next delegations that wants to ask question, I will now give the floor to delegations of Chile to state their questions.
Terima kasih, Madam. Oke, sebelumnya perkenalkan, saya Aska dari perwakilan negara Chile. Ingin bertanya kepada rekan kami yaitu negara Nigeria. Sebagaimana yang telah kita ketahui bersama bahwasanya benua Afrika merupakan benua yang tertinggal dibandingkan dengan benua-benua yang ada di dunia ini. Dan tadi sudah sebutkan dalam speech dari negara Nigeria bahwasanya Nigeria akan melakukan hubungan multilateral dengan negara-negara yang ada di dunia ini. Sedangkan benua Afrika adalah benua yang tertinggal. Pertanyaannya adalah, apa upaya dari Nigeria untuk melakukan hubungan multilateral dengan negara-negara tertinggal seperti mana Burundi, Somalia, Sudan Selatan, dan lain-lain di negara Afrika? Terima kasih.
Thank you, delegations of Chile, for presenting your question. I will now give 2 minutes time for delegations of Nigeria, Her Excellency Ms. Debbie Mutia, to state their response. You may please stand up and they will give you the mic.
Ya, terima kasih Chile atas pertanyaan yang diberikan. Sekarang saya akan menjawab pertanyaannya. Jadi sejak kemerdekaan Nigeria tahun 1960, Nigeria selalu menempatkan kebijakan luar negerinya dan juga hubungan internasionalnya terpusat di benua Afrika. Hal ini bisa kita lihat dari Nigeria yang tergabung dalam organisasi regional yang diantaranya adalah Monrovia Group of African States, Economic Community of West African States atau ECOWAS, African Union, African Development Bank, dan baru-baru ini New Partnership for Africa's Development atau NEPAD, yang dimana NEPAD ini bertujuan untuk mempromosikan pertumbuhan Afrika dan pembangunan sosial ekonomi dengan memajukan inklusi warga negara, meningkatkan kerjasama dan juga integrasi di negara-negara Afrika. Selain itu, Nigeria telah menegosiasikan dan menjual minyak dengan harga konsensi ke Afrika Selatan, Namibia, Ghana, Niger, dan negara-negara Afrika lainnya. Selain itu, Nigeria membangun jalan tol dari Lagos ke pinggiran Cotonou. Di Afrika Barat, Nigeria mempelopori proyek integrasi jaringan pipa gas regional yang bermanfaat besar bagi pembangunan ekonomi. Selain Selain itu, terdapat salah satu program Nigeria yaitu program bantuan teknis atau Technical Aid Program untuk negara-negara Afrika serta Trust Fund atau dana perwalian yang dibuat di African Development Bank di mana Nigeria menempatkan 100 juta dolar sebagai jendela pinjaman lunak ke negara-negara Afrika yang terbelakang. Terima kasih.
Thank you to delegations of Nigeria for stating your response to the question. I will now ask again if there's any delegates that have a comments towards the statement that been already made or any question, new questions. You may now please raise your placard. Once again, if there's any delegation that wants to add some comments towards the statement that were already been made or wants to ask a new question, you may now raise your placard. Thank you very much. Honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to our next agenda, other matter where Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Finewita Waruwu, to do some report on the credential for today's meeting. I will now give the floor to the Secretary General.
Good afternoon, delegates. So, I have accepted 56 credential paper, which 9 of them are not valid. There are the Republic of New Zealand, Republic of Bolivia, the Republic of Zimbabwe, the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Republic of Benin, the Czech Republic, the Kingdom of Belgium. That's all. With the reason is writing mistake on the credential paper. Bearing in mind, delegates, that the countries with invalid credential paper are not able to give vote on the next voting session. That's all report from me. Thank you.
Before we are moving to the next agenda on adoption of summary record of the meeting, I will adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes. Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we may now proceed the meeting next agenda. Excellencies, for this agenda, I am giving the floor to the United Nations Secretary General, Ms. Finewita Waruwo, for the summary record of the meeting.
Thank you, Madam President. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I will deliver summary record of the meeting with our main theme, Building Back Better from the Coronavirus Disease, while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This conference has been conducted in Jakarta on 10 January 2023, presented by 46 members of ECOSOC, Secretary General of the United Nations, Dirjen FAO, ILO, WHO, UNDP. The theme of this conference is Building Back Better from the Coronavirus Disease, while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The ministerial segments has discussed the issue of poverty reduction in the world under the framework of the UN SDGs. The summary of the meeting are as follows. First, opening remarks by Ms. Lazara Nabila, President of ECOSOC, the President said that she is grateful to be elected as President of ECOSOC 2023. She said that she is felt honored to welcome all members to today's meeting. The second, adoption of the agenda. The provisional agenda was adopted by the meeting. Third, business arrangement. The President announced agenda item for today's meeting, and when will Vice President will take over and conduct the meeting. Fourth, presentation by Secretary General of the United Nations. Secretary General present that the condition on the framework issued by the United Nations for 2030 Agenda post-pandemic includes how, first, the importance of securing proper food and nutrition for all people, accessible public and social service for everyone, including education and healthcare, and economic stability in order ending poverty for sustainable development goals. 5. Country presentation. All members of ECOSOC had presented their statement on recent situation of their country, including their growth on economy, also their policy in achieving sustainable development goals for 2030. First, do not forget to give attention to cases of human rights, especially those concerning women's rights, which are still happening in Afghanistan, and we hope for assistance from the United Nations and other countries in the world for equal distribution of rights in society, as well as increasing women's emancipation, so that women's human rights are credited as one of the factors that support poverty alleviation. Then, strengthen the bond between African states, put more value on each other relationship, bring more accessible resource on lifeline need, and provide every individual with equal rights in society. Also, at the same time, we need to value more of our own traditional moral to keep the culture tradition intact. Be more honest as a leader. Never corrupt your own country so that we can stay away from poverty and unnecessary hardship. Make more equal agreement on the economic sector so that we will reduce the risks for a developed or undeveloped country. Then, in order to solve the problems that have occurred, Latin American and Caribbean states, we strengthen the foreign cooperate either it's bilateral and multilateral. Our region has fertile soil, which is one of the economic strengths in our region. Regional cooperation is the key in this case because the economic forces within our region are interconnected. We hope that every country in Western Europe can recover to a stable state in terms of the economic, both domestic and foreign trade and tourism. In terms of the integrity of the political system, and every country can reduce poverty in their respective countries. In regarding to the SDGs, we, Western Europe, want to advance cooperation for national and international development. So we hope to be able to face global problems together, such as hunger, poverty, and easy public access to health, education, and socio-economic. The sixth, international organization presentation. We'll listen carefully to the statement made by the head of FAO, ILO, WHO, and UNDP, and take note the main points in it. 7. General debate. The first, Nigeria to Oman with the question, upaya diversifikasi ekonomi yang dilakukan Omar agar tidak selalu bergantung pada gas dan minyak bumi, with the answer is, diversifikasi sektor swasta dan pariwisata sektoral, membuat undang-undang penanaman modal asing, pajak dan bea cukai kepada UMKM, menarik tenaga kerja muda, memanfaatkan warisan alam dalam mendorong pariwisata. The next question dari Panama to Chile. With the question is, usaha yang telah dilakukan Chile dalam menambah lapangan pekerjaan, with the answer, mengusahakan beberapa bidang sektor, terutama dalam sektor penambangan tembaga, memberikan fasilitas untuk pekerjaan yang sesuai dengan manusiawi, bidang pariwisata, dan sektor lainnya. Terdapat 3 sektor pariwisata yang sangat terkenal dalam mengembangkan lapangan pekerjaan di Chile. Next, India to USA, with the question is, permasalahan sosial terkait minoritas dan rasisme. Bagaimana kebijakan yang diambil pemerintah USA dalam menangani masalah tersebut? And the answer is, tindakan agresif untuk mengurangi minoritas dan rasisme tidak menyembunyikan kegagalan dari kebijakan, menyetarakan semua warga negara dan yang utama bagi komunitas yang kurang dilayani, memastikan semua tindakan terutama yang berkaitan dengan COVID-19, xenofobia dan rasisme. Next, the question from New Zealand to Mexico. Program untuk menangani kriminalitas yang terjadi. And the answer is, memperbanyak unit dalam mengatasi kriminalitas dan melakukan pendorongan ekonomi di Mexico. Thailand to Japan, with the question, mengapa kemiskinan Jepang menjadi tanggung jawab warga negara sendiri? And the answer is, karena Jepang memiliki partai liberal demokratik yang bersedia untuk menentang kesetaraan. France to China. Bagaimana cara China mengatasi kemiskinan pada saat pandemi COVID-19? With the answer is, mengalokasikan 296,6 miliar yuan untuk perancangan sosial dan mengentas kemiskinan dilakukan secara menyeluruh, baik di pusat maupun di daerah. Mengembangkan pasar petani melalui reformasi perkembangan, implementasi mekanisme di desa, inovasi keuangan, menggerakkan masyarakat untuk melawan kemiskinan. Montenegro to UK. Bagaimana UK mengatasi permasalahan ekonomi pada masa terpuruknya dan banyak masyarakat yang menyesali keputusan Brexit? The answer is, meningkatkan pajak yang diharapkan mampu meningkatkan ekonomi Inggris yang diharapkan mampu dapat menutupi pengeluaran yang dikeluarkan secara besar-besaran saat pandemi. Next, Portugal to Afghanistan. Bagaimana menghadapi masalah perekonomian saat negara sedang mengalami konflik? The answer is, pandemi COVID-19 saat mempengaruhi perekonomian Afghanistan dalam perdagangan ke negara tetangga. Kenaikan harga pangan, Afghanistan masih dalam proses penentuan kebijakan setelah pergantian pemerintahan. Next, Benin to Tunisia. Bagaimana Tunisia untuk menarik investor asing membuat perjanjian perdagangan dan dalam sektor apa? Sektor terbesar Tunisia adalah minyak, pertambangan, dan manufaktur. Memfokuskan investasi asing ke manufaktur yang akan menghasilkan profit dan mengurangi dampak buruk kepada lingkungan. Next, China to Korea. Apakah COVID-19 berdampak pada hubungan multilateral Korea dan apa saja dampak yang ditimbulkan? The answer from Korea is COVID-19 memberikan dampak ke hubungan multilateral. Terdapat penurunan ekspor karena adanya lockdown, dampak positif dalam sektor farmasi, alat uji bersama Italia, US, dan India menjadi hal yang diimpor secara besar-besaran. Selanjutnya, Chile to Nigeria. Apa upaya dari Nigeria untuk melakukan hubungan multilateral dari negara-negara yang tertinggal? The answer is, Nigeria selalu menempatkan kebijakan luar negeri yang terpusat di benua Afrika. Hal ini dilakukan untuk memajukan ekonomi di benua Afrika, membantu mensejahterakan negara-negara di Afrika. Hal ini dilakukan karena Nigeria merupakan jendela bagi negara-negara Afrika untuk melakukan peminjaman. We move to agenda item 8, other matters. Committee state that there is 9 countries that their credentials are not accepted by Secretary General and omit from voting rights. That's all for me. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Secretary General, for the summary record of the meeting. Before I move to a question about the summary record that has been presented, as it said before in other matters, there are 9 countries that are omitted from voting rights because their credentials are not accepted by Secretary General of the United Nations. The first country is Belgium. Second, New Zealand. Third, Bolivia, Zimbabwe, Afghanistan, Nigeria, Benin, and Czech Republic. These 9 countries are not allowed to vote on the next questions that I'm about to ask. Their rights to voting has been taken. Honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now that the summary of the record has been presented, if anyone have any input, proposal, or comments that you want to deliver, you may now raise your placard. I see the delegations of Montenegro. Please, the floor is yours.
Yang akan dibahas adalah tentang ketransparansian pemerintah di dunia untuk mengembangkan pembangunan nasional.
Thank you, the delegations of Montenegro, for the input on the summary record of the meetings. Now, I open voting for the new input that has been submitted by the delegations of Montenegro. You may now raise your placard if you agree to the input that has been made. For those who's not in favor with the new input that has been made by, you may now put down your placard. I'm gonna repeat my questions. Pay attention to the question that I'm about to ask. If there's any delegations, they are agree to the statement that has been made by the delegations of Montenegro about transportasian pemerintah di dunia untuk mengembangkan pembangunan nasional. If there's any delegations that agree to this input to be added into the new adoption, into the new summary record of the meeting, you may now raise your placard. Please make sure your placard can be seen. You may now put down your placard. Delegates, please pay attention to the next question I'm about to ask. If there's any delegations that have objection or go against the input that has been made by the delegations of Montenegro, you may now please raise your placard. I'm gonna ask the question once again. If there's any delegates that have any objection towards the new input that has been made by the delegations of Montenegro, or go against the input that has been made by the delegations of Montenegro, you may now please raise your placard. Those who does not agree or does not those who does not agree and agree to the statement that has been made or didn't raise their placard is abstain. There are 33 countries who's in favor to the new statement that has been put by the delegations of Montenegro. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 35 countries. They are in favor with the new input that has been made by the delegations of Montenegro. There are 0 countries that goes against it, and there are 2 countries that abstain from the voting. It is decided that the new input that has been made by the delegations of Montenegro is adopted into the summary records of the meeting. Now for my next question. If there's any delegations that have comments, statements, input or comments towards the new summary records of the agenda, you may now raise your placard. Now for my next question. To delegates, please your placard if you agree to the new summary records of the meeting. Please, pardon me, let me repeat my question. To delegates, please raise your placard if you agree to the new summary record of the meetings for today. Please raise your placard higher. Thank you. Now, for the countries that have any objection or comments towards, to the delegates that have any objection towards the summary record of the meeting, you may now raise your placard. Okay. I see that there's a lot of you that agree to the summary record of the agenda. It is decided that the summary record of the agenda for today's meeting is adopted. Excellencies, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We had a very plentiful discussions on today's Economic and Social Council high-level segment in 2023. The 2030 agenda has clearly retained of all its power as a groundbreaking and inclusive promise to eradicate poverty and achieve better future for all on happy planet. The 2030 agenda is our roadmap for recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the strong message that delivered today throughout the high-level political forum on sustainable development, the pandemic has highlighted what it is to required and ensure the success of collective journey to 2030's agenda. In other words, our implementation efforts must include international solidarity, equality, and inclusivity for all people. Ladies and gentlemen, let us work together to ensure that is the best case scenario for the world and everyone is achieved, leaving no one behind. Let us continue to find innovative and effective solution as we move forward. Let us continue to build on our commitments, new ideas. Let us work together across borders, institutions, sectors, and communities to support the 2030 agenda. Despite uncertainties, we can achieve the social development goals by working together. Thank you all for participating on today's meeting. With that, Economic and Social Council High-Level Political Forum, high-level segment, I shall close the meeting.
Thank you very much, everybody, and especially for the chairs and Secretary General, and of course all of the delegations. Yeah, actually, this is just only a practice. Yeah, but even though you practice this kind of very at the minimum level, but in fact, you maybe according to my counting, it's maybe more than 60% that you have already sudah melaksanakan tugas sebagai diplomat dalam conference diplomasi. Yang sudah kita pelajari ya. Kebetulan teman-teman IMAHI dan ini udah duluan juga dapat teorinya ya kan. Jadi nggak ada masalah. Nah nanti kita akan mereview tapi sebenarnya kita lebih awal sebenarnya selesainya. It's common. Ya, dalam persidangan yang real pun begitu. Kadang-kadang bisa lebih cepat tapi kadang-kadang bisa lebih lama. Tergantung. Nah, kita dikasih batasan tadi 33 menit ya. Untung aja Pak Sekjen bicaranya lebih banyak. Bu Sekjen ya tadi ya. Jadi kita bisa take exactly the time keeping ya dengan lebih baik. Nah sekarang saya akan nanti mereview pertama karena ini masih ada yang konferensi pers ya kalau nggak salah ya nanti saya minta masukan dari tim media jurnalis-jurnalisnya ya dari LMK nanti akan berikan review apa kesan dan ini mereka dan kedua nanti tentunya dari pimpinan sidang apa kesan siapa yang mau representasikan kemudian dari organisasi internasional ya. Terus terlebihnya saya akan perwakilan dari member sini, perwakilan dari African Group, perwakilan dari ini, apa kesan mereka. Sebelum saya nanti akan memberikan review. Ya. Tapi karena konferensi pers masih ada di sana, kita mulai dulu dari yang perwakilan kawasan. What is exactly you feel about today's session, today's meeting? Dari Afrika siapa? Ketua koordinatornya. Silakan kasih ini. Terus disorot, ini masih disorot loh, ya. Terus naik, ya. Berikan kesan, kesel atau kira-kira aduh boring atau misalnya mengesalkan, menyenangkan.
In English or?
Nggak usah dalam Inggris dah. But if you want to make it in English, it's okay. Okay, please go ahead.
There are many aspirations, solution, also many ways to solve the problem, and I think this will going to bring us to the next level, but become better because like there's so many countries in Africa that is still under development, and it's hard for us to voice our voice and say that we need solution. But with this conference kita bisa paham gitu ternyata banyak sekali solusi di sini dan kita merasa tertolong sebagai wilayah Afrika gitu kira-kira gitu Pak.
Kalau dari pribadinya, dari arti kelompok feel your personal mengenai sesi ini, akan dapat tambahan pengetahuan kah atau bahkan
dapat banyak pengetahuan, insight kan karena kan kita nggak pernah ngadain seperti ini gitu loh Pak. Ternyata seperti ini ternyata negara-negara gitu loh ketika berkumpul gimana mereka berdiskusi, berdiplomasi sebagai seorang diplomat. Tugas-tugasnya seperti ini. Press conference itu seperti ini. Jadi kayak gambarannya sudah dapat gitu loh Pak, istilahnya gitu Pak. Lebih jelas lagi, bukan hanya teori tapi praktek langsung di tempat gitu Pak kira-kira.
Okay, thank you very much. And now next to the Asia Pacific coordinator. Siapa Asia Pacific? Ya, please. Ada mikrofonnya.
Kalau kesan dan pesan dari saya pribadi Pak, mengikuti praktik diplomasi ini jujur jadi membuka wawasan ya. Maksudnya, oh ternyata seperti ini di sebuah organisasi internasional dalam melakukan pemecahan suatu masalah. Nah, jadi kayak kita sebelumnya kan kayak, ih kenapa sih negara si PBB ini nggak bisa menyelesaikan masalah ini, apa sih susahnya? Ternyata seperti ini. Jadi banyaknya pertentangan dan bentrokan kepentingan sehingga menyulitkan untuk dalam memutuskan suatu isu. Dan selain itu juga jadi sadar gitu, kayak dulu kan bilangnya mau jadi diplomat ternyata baru praktik di kampus aja udah pusing dan tidurnya lama dan ternyata secapek itu Pak, seribet itu. Jadi lebih kayak melatih sih, walaupun ini cuma praktik biasa matkul, tapi ini sudah sangat membantu untuk membayangkan di masa depan, oh jadi diplomat berarti harus bisa seperti ini, membagi waktu, mencari data dan sebagainya. Terima kasih Bapak.
Good. Give applause ya. Thank you very much. Ya memang harus kerja tim ya, teamwork. Kalau selama ini bikin vlog, bikin itu, summary ya, dan ini juga kelompoknya secara ke kelas gitu, tapi ini seolah-olah sebagai kawasan di negara-negara di kawasannya ya. Tapi kelihatannya pada males tuh, regional cooperation bantu sekjen sama salah satu regional coordinator untuk bikin laporan ini aja ya. Sampai laporannya pun belum selesai, masih buntung-buntung. Ya, tapi it's okay ya, for the first time gitu. Nanti untuk next level nanti akan jauh lebih heboh lagi pokoknya. Ya. Sekarang European, sebelum European Latin America. Latin America siapa? Silakan. How do you feel about this practice or simulation?
Perasaan saya tentang
berapa jam tidur sama berapa minggu?
Jam tidur di atas jam 1 udah pasti.
Wow.
Ya, jadi perasaan saya tentang adanya acara seperti ini tuh membuka insight tentang dunia diplomasi gitulah. Berhubung saya ngikutin prosesnya dari nol gitu, terlibat jadi panitia juga kayak ngerasa puas. Sebenarnya masih belum puas tapi it's okay lah, ada rasa bangganya sedikit. Kita bisa bikin acara seperti ini yang mana kita itu bukan invitasi tapi cuma di kelas aja gitu kan. Sebenarnya cuma itu aja sih sebenarnya. Intinya saya bangga dan senang. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, tepuk tangan semua ya untuk kita semua ya, bangga. Next to the tadi Latin America ya, European ya, East European, Eropa Timur, silakan.
Oke, pertama-tama aku mau ngucapin terima kasih untuk kalian semua, teman-teman media, teman-teman Himahi juga. Semua. Terima kasih udah ngelancarin acara
Ketua
hari
kelas.
ini.
Ketua kelas yang
terus terima kasih juga untuk Kak Vine untuk membantu segala halnya.
Ya, give applause to Mbak Vina Himahi.
Aku juga mau ngucapin aku senang, aku bangga juga bisa hadir di sini. Terus aku juga bangga ya sama salah satu temanku, dia temanku yang dulu kalau kemana-mana jadinya tuh bersandingan sama aku, sekarang dia jadi chair.
Wow.
Namanya Marvelin.
Oh.
Waktu di Bandung dia sama aku, sekarang dia jadi chair di sana. Jadi bangga banget. Apalagi aku juga seneng lah sama kalian semua bisa mengikuti acara ini. Terus ya seperti inilah flow acara kalau misalkan lagi MUN. Nanti tuh lebih seru lagi kalau unmoderated caucus. Kalian bisa teriak-teriakan di dalam suatu sidang untuk menyanggah pertanyaan atau jawaban dari teman-teman kalian. Itu lebih seru. Dan ya itu aku juga seneng bisa sharing sama teman-teman juga, sama teman-teman Himahi yang semalam takut-takut taunya maju ya kan. Ya aku juga terima kasih ke Pak Foster atas ilmu-ilmunya semuanya.
Wow. Much pleasure.
Ya udah itu aja teman-teman, terima kasih semuanya.
Tepuk tangan semua untuk kita semua ya. That's good. And then after Latin, European ya, West European. and others? Siapa? Oke, Abel ya.
Jadi puji Tuhan kita udah menyelesaikan forum pada hari ini ya. Jadi pertama-tama saya mau berterima kasih kepada Pak Foster dan para panitia dan teman-teman semua udah datang dan mau melakukan ini dengan terbaik. Dan saya juga berterima kasih kepada teman-teman yang jauh datang rumahnya seperti Pitong dan lain-lain. Dan saya juga berterima kasih kepada member saya, Sakila. Dan saya juga berpikir kalau misalnya acara seperti ini tuh baik kita lakukan untuk jurusan kita, karena yang pertama kita dapat meningkatkan kepercayaan diri kita. Yang kedua kita juga dapat mempelajari apa itu kekurangan dan kelebihan dari suatu negara di dunia ini dan gimana kita cara mencari solusi dari permasalahan yang ada di setiap negara. Dan menurut saya ini juga bisa menjadi pelajaran buat teman-teman semua supaya menjadi motivasi buat kita ke depannya bisa lebih tampil berani lagi untuk berbicara di depan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, give applause.
Oke. Maaf Bapak, satu lagi.
Silakan. Wow.
Acara ini tuh nggak akan berjalan lancar kalau nggak ada yang bantu kita. Kak Yuki dan kakak-kakak yang di sana itu membantu kita.
Untuk beliau-beliau
kakak-kakak
yang di
angkatan
belakang
atas
sana.
kita itu udah juga ngebantu kita berjalan lancarnya pada hari ini.
Good.
Gitu.
Sorry
Terima
ya.
kasih kakak-kakak.
Begitu datang snacknya udah habis, sorry ya. Ya, next time kita better lah ya. Oke, sekarang move to international organization. Silakan siapa yang mau sampaikan dari yang atas dulu, terus nanti salah satu dari yang di floor ya, yang jadi delegasi. Silakan Mbak Vina.
Thank you, Pak Foster. About today's conference, I'm very happy because we discuss about the most important issue in the world and we create some of adoption of the agenda, and I hope it will be a precious lesson for all of us to be more active and optimistic, contribute for the better world. And from my personal, I'm being a proud sister today because for all of you delegates did a great job. You guys gave the best version of your effort, and I congratulate all of you. Keep up the spirit, and time to say, see you on top. Thank you.
Chairperson of IMAHI. Give applause again ya. Next yang rekan-rekan junior, ikuti jejak Mbak Vinda ya. Aktif tapi juga studinya berhasil jalan. Ya, tadi saya diberitahukan Pak Dekan, beliau juga dapat beasiswa. Ya. Oke, sekarang giliran dari teman-teman di bawah nih, siapa yang mau mewakili? Silakan.
Pesan kesan saya, menurut saya Pak, oh jadi gini rasanya sidang di PBB gitu, terus belajar hal baru gitu. Udah sih Pak, itu menurut saya. Dari saya, thank you.
Di sini cuma bilang ya makasih buat kakak-kakak di sini semua yang udah ngebantu kita di sini dari semalam. Terus makasih juga udah diundang ya di sini. Gitu sih Kak.
Saya dari Kode saya mengucapkan terima kasih juga buat kita masih junior udah dikasih privilege buat ngerasain acara kakak-kakak, kayak udah ngerasain apa itu gimana feel-nya dalam rapat-rapat internasional. Jadi kayak kita merasa beruntung banget ya sebagai junior kita udah ngerasa udah nyoba duluan gitu loh. Terus juga nanti kita bakal ngasih ilmu-ilmu kita yang udah kita dapat hari ini ke teman-teman kita yang belum pernah nyobain. Pokoknya untuk hari ini saya keren banget dah pokoknya.
Biasanya memang gitu, diberikan dulu yang enaknya. Nanti begitu ngikutin teori-teori diplomasi, baru dengar dari kakak-kakaknya. Gimana bikin vlog, gimana bikin summary, baca buku segini ya. Tapi it's okay, jangan ditakut-takutin dulu mereka, nanti nggak mudah ngambil deh. Ya. Sekarang kepada salah satu siapa yang dari observer nih, how do you feel about this session? Observer dari IMAHI kan? Sebagian besar? Junior-junior juga ya? Silakan, siapa yang mau mewakili? Ayo, harus berani sekarang. Ayo, silakan. Give applause.
Okay, so first of all, pleasure to meet you all. My name is Kayla from Budi Luhur Senior High School. Today's review, it was very fascinating to be here today, and I'm very delighted karena bisa berpartisipasi pada acara hari ini. Big applause buat kakak-kakak karena udah menyelesaikan tugas hari ini. I'm so proud of you all, tapi jangan pernah puas terhadap hasil yang udah ada, tetaplah dan terus mencoba, jangan patah semangat. That's all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Terima kasih. The man behind the gun. Behind the gun. Ini yang tadi nih katanya, yang mempunyai andil paling besar. Silakan bicara. Ini dari fansnya, ini slang kan? Ayo. Saya Pak.
Saya sebagai senior adik-adik ini bangga Pak. Misalnya mereka kan, iya, ya saya bangga aja ngeliat adik-adik udah bisa ngejalanin simulasi ini. Ya, itu aja sih Pak. Mungkin Kak Yuki.
Halo. Iya. Buat adik-adik, ya keren kalian. Gak tidur semalaman. Oke, gitu aja. Makasih Pak.
Terima kasih. Silakan dinikmati snacknya. Tepuk tangan untuk senior-senior kita ya, belakang ya. Kita semua bersaudara gitu ya. Saya selalu tekankan bahwa tolong menolong, teamwork ya itu penting dalam menjalankan karir kita. Ya, apalagi nanti entah itu di negeri atau di swasta. Sekarang kita menuju kepada para pimpinan sidang. Silakan mau beri komen masing-masing juga boleh. Silakan. Saya tahu beban yang sangat berat ya yang dihadapi. Silakan.
Mohon maaf sebenarnya sebelum saya menjelaskan kesan-kesan kami di sini sebagai chair, saya ingin berbicara jujur kepada Pak Foster kalau waktu pertama kali Bapak bilang kita akan melakukan forum ini, kita nggak nganggep ini serius. Sampai akhirnya 1 minggu lalu Bapak ngadain pertemuan di kantin belakang, di situ kita sadar kalau kita nggak punya waktu banyak untuk persiapan ini semua. Jadi menurut saya ini dalam waktu yang sangat singkat, udah keren banget meskipun banyak kesalahan, tapi seperti Pak Foster bilang, trial by errors, learning by doing. Ya namanya kita sebagai pemula, apalagi di sini kan hanya baru beberapa yang sudah memiliki jam terbang seperti Marvelin dan Rangga yang udah pernah melakukan MUN. Jadi pas seminggu lalu dikumpulin itu kita benar-benar nggak tahu apa-apa, kita nggak tahu ini seserius itu. Ya jadi kita mengorbankan waktu tidur untuk untuk bikin struktur semuanya, dan itu benar-benar kebut seperti tadi adoption summary record. Bapak udah ngasih tahu dari lama, tapi kita baru buatnya hari ini seperti itu. Tapi ya saya cuma mau bilang kalian semua keren, terima kasih atas partisipasinya.
Keren kita semua, terima kasih partisipasinya ya. Dan kita tentunya sangat berterima kasih, bersyukur karena kita didukung sekali oleh fakultas, bahkan oleh Pak Rektor. Jadi makanya kita bisa selenggarakan. Kenapa saya, kalau tahun lalu kan mohon maaf ya Vina ya, kita nggak bisa menyelenggarakan seperti ini. Jadi penyelenggarannya cuma di teater. Ya, tapi ini baru seminggu sebelumnya saya dapat konfirmasi dari ini segala macam, dapat tempat ini saya dorong. Ya syukur alhamdulillah puji Tuhan ya, kita bisa dapatkan. Tapi kalian keren. Ya, saya bisa jamin kalian keren ya semuanya. Mungkin yang dari jurnalis bisa diminta diundang untuk datang memberikan kesan pesan. Tadi saya sudah bicara sama Kak Anissa, Anastasia maksudnya. Sudah ada jurnalis yang mau beri komen? Silakan. Ya. Mana tadi jurnalis yang ada? Masih di luar ya. Minta sedikit kesan pesan karena memang kita bikin supaya ada sideline event yaitu konferensi pers. Sama ini, ada silakan Dek, salah satu yang mau memberikan kesan-kesan. Mau yang cowok silakan, ayo sini. Sini semuanya sudah berikan kesan. Ini luar biasa nih jurnalis kita SMA UBL ini. Ya, calon nanti masuk mahasiswa kita. Ya, siapa namanya?
Pio.
Pio itu dari CNN katanya. Cek Nenen, ya kan? Oke, silakan apa kesan pesannya sampai ke sana.
Eh, aduh. Selamat siang semuanya. Aku Pia Vero dari kelas 10 SMA Budi Luhur. Jadi terima kasih atas partisipan kalian semua. Sudah keren-keren, sudah cantik-cantik, ganteng-ganteng. Terima kasih. Kesanku ini sangat luar biasa. Aku senang gitu bisa berpartisipasi di seminar UBL kali ini. Jadi iya. Jadi yang kulihat dari aku jadi jurnalis selama ini sampai akhir acara, para delegasi sungguh luar biasa persiapannya, makalahnya. Terima kasih banyak atas kerja keras kalian semua selama ini. Saat ditanya juga kalian dapat menjelaskannya, benar-benar memahami dari negara, keuntungan negara tersebut, kelebihan, kekurangan, kerja sama kalian. Terus terima kasih untuk observer juga sudah berpartisipasi dalam seminar kali ini. Pasti banyak pelajaran yang dapat kita ambil untuk masa depan kita. Yang bagi yang cita-citanya jadi delegasi atau jurnalis, ini pasti bermanfaat sangat-sangat. Jadi terima kasih banyak sekali lagi untuk yang membuat acara ini juga. Semangat ya. Ya, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pio, tepuk tangan dong untuk Pio, luar biasa. Nanti SMA BL nanti bisa kerjasama dengan Himahi ya. Kalau mau melakukan hal-hal yang serupa seperti ini, kita bisa akan turut membantu SMA BL biar terangkat juga di antara SMA-SMA di levelnya ya. Saya kira kalau UBL sudah mulai banyak yang dengar-dengar selentingan, ya kan? Oke, dari saya nggak ada lagi sebenarnya ya. But I need, of course ya, selalu saya bilang pasti harus optimis, pasti kita harus selalu ada keyakinan bahwa ada confidence, but not too complacency. Jadi jangan terlalu berpuas diri gitu ya, supaya kalau terus tiba-tiba berpuas diri kita sudah stop sampai di sini usaha kita, tapi kita terus lanjut. Kalian masih semester 3 rata-rata di sini ya, masih panjang, ada beberapa semester lagi ke depan. Tapi dasar-dasarnya pemikiran yang kalian sudah terima, ya, metodologi ya, yang informally, ya, I also share with you, hopefully will be, of course ya, at your benefit. ya in the futures ya, sama melanjutkan di semester berikutnya. Nanti kalau ada hal yang diperlukan untuk konsultasi, anytime ya, selama saya masih ada, saya selalu akan bersedia. Teman-teman yang senior juga silahkan kalau sudah ketemu topik untuk skripsinya ya, dan yang lain-lain mau minta tambahan bantuan koneksi kalau isunya berkenan dengan international relations, international politics ya, dan lain-lain itu. Ada satu yang juga sudah sedang menyiapkan karena dia memfokuskan pada isu mengenai politik keamanan ASEAN ya. Oke. Great success, kita akan foto bareng di sini semua, kita akan habiskan snack yang terakhir di sana. Sukses bersama sekarang kalian, salam satu sama lain di sebelah kalian, ucapin terima kasih dengan sesamanya. Ya, yang bilateral tadi ya kan, bagus sekali. Oke, ya terima kasih. Kita datang ke depan semua, kita foto bareng. Kita foto bareng, tinggal diatur gimana posisinya, Zahra. Bagaimana? Ada yang di atas, ada yang di bawah gitu kali ya. Oke, dipimpin aja.
Bagi yang ingin berfoto harap berkumpul di depan. Sekalian biar menarik bawa bendera sama plakatnya ya guys. Observer semuanya boleh ikut. Presiden, oke. Hai, kamu bawa plakat ini nggak? Kamu bawa plakat ini nggak Bulgaria? Kan kamu inian aku udah ada. Gak apa-apa. Ayo teman-teman segera merapat yuk ke stage. Teman-teman semuanya membawa plakat, membawa bendera boleh. Teman-teman delegate, teman-teman observer, teman-teman jurnalis semuanya yang terlibat. Wait, I'm short. Khusus ketuplak boleh. Permisi presiden mau lewat. Kamu kesini dong.
Oi. Nyala.
Geser ke kanan guys, geser ke kanan dari arah panggung.
Presiden.
Sini Jo, foto sama gue.
Aduh. Tunjukkan bendera, tunjukkan plakatnya teman-teman. Yang di belakang agak, ya. Yang kecil-kecil di depan aja biar kelihatan wajah cantiknya dan gantengnya. Oke, ready semua? Ready? Angkat plakat dan benderanya. Jangan tinggi-tinggi karena belakang nggak kelihatan juga. Yang belakang nggak kebagian. Tunjukkan senyum terbaik. 1. Kita ada slogan sendiri. Oke, karena ini acaranya dilaksanakan oleh anak 21 ya. Tadi dulu, dikarenakan ada bantuan dari Himahi juga, jadi kita lakuin 2 yel. Oh iya, boleh. Biar adil. Yang satu yel Himahi, yang satu yel angkatan kita. Oke. Yang mana dulu yang pertama? Kita hargai dulu. Oke. Video ya kakak-kakak. Kalau dibilang Himahi, jawabannya Jaya gitu. Oke? Dihitung ke kakak ya. Udah kalau udah ready. Oh udah. Himahi Jaya. Ya slay boleh, slay boleh. Oke. Sekarang video selanjutnya. Video selanjutnya nanti kalau misalkan dibilang Hicem slay. Jawabnya slay ya. Slay sambil benderanya digini-gini. Slay. Benderanya harus goyang guys. Gini, goyangin bendera ya. Goyangin benderanya. Slay. Hijab slay. Terima kasih. Terima kasih. Enggak nggak ada foto salam budi luhur nih. Ya udahlah nggak ada, udah kabur ya
udah
sepertinya.
bubar. Foto khusus Hicem ya, khusus Hicem kita foto bersama dulu khusus Hicem. Kita belum foto khusus Hicem.
Gue bawa bendera sama plakat.
Teman-teman Hicem berkumpul lagi di panggung. Adnan, Michelle,
teman-teman
Risa, Fauzia, Dinka,
to all delegasi, to all delegate.
Tolong di atas yang punya jabatan aja.
Aduh. Agak munduran lagi guys. Biar kita agak kelihatan solid gitu loh.
Posisinya dirapetin. Yang nggak muat di bawah.
Dirapetin semuanya. Masa yang begitu cewek, yang cowok dong.
Coba ini tolong yang ayo kita foto.
Guys, ditungguin kakak-kakaknya, ayo. Ayo semuanya.
Cepet.
Diisi yang kosong. Bendera dan plakatnya diangkat tapi jangan tinggi-tinggi. Itu maju lu. Lihat kamera guys.
Oke, bebas. Sekali lagi tunjukin senyum tanpa beban. Thank you banyak. Terima kasih banyak Kak Vine dan Himahi lainnya. Dadah.
Hicem ye enggak Hicem ye? Hicem ye. Video Kak, minta tolong
Video
Kak.
Kak, video.
Hicem.
Yeay, terima kasih semuanya.
Ini tetap nggak semangat ya?
Oh ya, satu lagi jangan lupa ya teman-teman, kita jangan kemana-mana dulu, kita bantu beresin ruangan ini dulu sampai beres.
Oh ya,
Oke.
plakat dan bendera jangan dibawa pulang ya, dibalikin lagi ke meja.